welcome back to Waste Some Time with Jason Green. I am Jason Green. At least last I checked. We've got a great show for you today. It is Monday, kicking off the week. I'm glad to be home and wasting a little time with you, my internet friends. And maybe we'll do this every day this week. I'm not sure. I'd like to. I'd like to make up for some of the shows that I had to miss while I was on the road in Texas. I'm going to talk about Texas. I'm going to talk about some of the cool experiences and opportunities that I had while visiting the great state of Texas. And we're going to talk about my visit to the Rainbow Bar and Grill Bash. Sean Clark, Wednesday 13, and I were there. Michelle was there as well. And we're going to talk about that. Wednesday's going to stop by and join us. And we're going to have a whole fun conversation. And it's going to start right after this. All right. A lot of goals for the channel. I'm trying to step things up. And one of those things is Patreon. I've got these pictures to sign and pics to send. And as of right now, every single one of those has been sent, even to people who weren't current members. If you signed up and then you canceled because you found a better channel to watch or for whatever reason, you'll still get the stuff. So it's all sent. Right now, if you want to own the Jason Green pics, they're not in front of me. When Wednesday gets here, I'll go get them. Or you want to do that, you sign up for Patreon. Link is in the description. And then you'll get it. So that's that. Just want everyone to know. And I want to make sure, though, for those of you who sign up, make sure you include your address. A few people signed up and don't have their address included. If you don't have your address, I'm not going to know where to send it. Okay? So we got that. And a couple other cool things. We're going to start having some cool, people have been waiting for merch. It's on order. It's coming. There's some pretty cool surprise stuff. I didn't want to just put out the same old junk that everybody else puts out. So we'll see that. And then I got this Funko Pop here. And I thought maybe we could do something for a good cause. And you can see that I signed it. Last time I did this, they went for $350 a piece. We sold 2 of them. This one I wrote, it's hard to see, but I wrote, I just want to waste some time with you. And there it is. And this is hot off my California visit from Hollywood. So anyway, maybe later we'll sell some of those, auction it, do something good. Speaking of doing something good, I wanted to talk real quick about podcasters and interviewers and YouTubers. And what I wanted to say is that there was a little controversy with a fellow podcaster who does interviews. And I want to say first, this isn't easy to do. Sure, we have the technology to do it. That doesn't mean everyone should, and it doesn't mean everyone will become successful. Most people will quit. The amount of people being monetized on YouTube is something like 7%. People are actually making a living off of it is smaller than that. And it takes guts to do this. And it takes guts to let people judge you, especially spineless people who sit behind a screen and can tear you apart. Well, I try not to watch too many people who do things that are similar to what I do. I don't really like interviews, to be honest, because I feel like you have to like the interviewer. I like Howard Stern. I liked David Letterman. But there's a lot of people that I look at and I go, oh boy, I couldn't watch this person's interviews if you don't relate to the person. I said this to Mark Goodman, who will be here soon from MTV. We know who he is. We respect him. We know he has a background in journalism and music. Some people kind of wonder what their qualification is. Not that you have to have it, but you have to appeal with your audience. But another podcaster decided to call this one podcaster out. I'm not going to say their names. I'm not here to promote anyone. And also, it's not my fight, but I do want to speak up a little bit. And so what happens is this one person took the clip of another person and used it as clickbait. If you notice, my videos are hardly clickbait. I could say all kinds of crazy stuff, but I think the content of the show stands on its own, and I don't want to do that. But so anyway, this person attacked this other podcaster and said, called him awkward podcaster, and basically used him to make fun of him and used his own content. He used his clips where he screwed up the names of a band or something. Well, it turns out that this guy has autism. It is also Autism Awareness Month, if you weren't prepared, didn't know. And so I didn't know. I've had friends who've had siblings and met people who were nonverbal autistic on the spectrum. But there's plenty of people who are high functioning. And I didn't know this necessarily. I didn't know this person was autistic, but other people had told me that they were. It takes guts to do this no matter who you are. But if you're battling autism, living with autism, it's even more of a challenge to do this. And so I give people credit. I certainly wouldn't attack somebody for their for things that they have to live with. Now, even if I didn't know the person had autism, I wouldn't bash someone for doing what if I didn't like their show. I'd keep it to myself. If you're using someone else for clickbait, you're trying to help yourself by insulting people. Now, this person who insulted this other person has also told people not to do my show, and in my opinion is jealous of what I do. And that's why I won't give them any attention. So other than saying, maybe it's time to grow up and be nice to people. You don't know what people are living with or dealing with. This takes guts. And I have to sit here and you can attack my physical appearance or the way I speak or what I do, and I can defend myself. People will say that I'm hard on bands. I insult people. Well, those are people who can defend themselves. They're public figures. And there are also people who couldn't kick my ass. I'm very careful. Wednesday and I were at the Rainbow, and he said, but a bunch of these people here, is there anyone who talked about bad on the show? I can't remember if Wednesday said it or Sean said it. It was Sean. And I made the point that I only talk bad about people whose ass I can kick or can't kick mine. That is why I never say anything bad about Jim Gillette. Jim Gillette, singer of Nitro. I wouldn't mess with him. So I only say the best things about people who are bigger than me. Anyway, I wanted to get that out of the way. I know it seemed cryptic, but I did want to say I hate bullies. I think that most of the people watching this show and most of Wednesday's fans and people who watch me are probably a little bit of outcasts. I think that's why we all get along. I think the show is popular because there is no preconceived thing. We have fun and we're all outcasts in our own way. When I was a kid, everyone was a nerd. Well, the nerds have won, in my opinion. Being a bully is lame, and online bullying is like, enough serious talk. Let's bring Wednesday in, and we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. Here he is, Wednesday 13. How are you, Wednesday?
I wish I could just appear like the Terminator.
Yeah,
just like completely naked and just stand up and just like and then just sit down, take somebody's clothes.
Naked except for your eyebrows.
Hey, check them out. I got them.
Crazy.
I got them. They're here, folks. Just like that. Just like that. Let's see if it makes me appear any different on the show, if my moods look any different, if I look less sad or more sad.
We'll see what the people
We'll see what the people think. This is my eyebrow debut. Now, this is not the first time I've had eyebrows. This is the first time I've had eyebrows in a while.
In a while, yeah.
In a while.
So yes. We'll see what the people think. But I want to. So I was going to sit and talk about my trip to Texas, but then I thought I'll just talk about it with you.
All right.
And we can also talk about. I saw you in Burbank right before I left, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And let's also let's let the audience talk a little bit. First, let's read some comments. This is the Master of Concerts. I'm a regular customer of that venue, Lava. Pearcy was the best show I've seen at that venue. Top 5 concerts of my life. Incredible, guys. Well, that's great to hear. We'll talk about Stephen Pearcy and Texas in just a little bit. Clint, good evening, Jason, and Time Wasters. Eric says this should be good. Blas was an influence on him as a drummer. Well, we'll talk about Blas, and we'll thank Al P for becoming a YouTube member. He's a channel member. I appreciate everyone for doing that. M, with the big question of the day, is Wednesday going to be here? Well, there he is, right there.
I'm
He's
here on a Monday. Don't be confused.
That is a good point. Now you're going to screw it up because now every day people are going to say,
Yes.
it's Wednesday here. Wednesday is in rehearsal this Wednesday,
Mm-hmm.
and he's preparing for the Sick New World Festival, which I will be at. And I think Wednesday, I think you told me I can document it for people to see. Is that correct?
Yeah. Get all the video. This could be one of your tour diaries. We'll be there on Saturday. We got our set time. We play at 12 noon on there's like 5 or 6 stages at this thing, and we're on the spiral stage, which is it's a good stage. I guess they're all good stages, but this place is just packed. I was checking out some YouTube clips of some bands that played last year around the same time, like 69 Eyes, and I think we're like in that same slot as them, and it's a lot of people there. It's not my particular favorite thing to play in the sun, but I'll get over it.
Yeah, hopefully you don't disintegrate. We'll talk more about the festival in a little bit. Sharon says, I hope you're not drinking. I'm not drinking, and Wednesday's not drinking either.
I'm drinking this cherry Coke Zero, which I'm obsessed with. You got the spice?
This is the spiced cherry Coke Zero also.
Yeah,
And
those are
I'm not
good.
sure.
I just didn't see a 12 pack of those. I buy the 12 packs, and I go through these. It's the only soda I really drink. It's crazy. This and Arnold Palmer's, or Robert Palmer's, as I call them.
Much cooler. I'm not sure I like this, but I'm drinking it, and I keep drinking it, and I'm still not sure I like it, but I have it here standing by.
Yeah, well, it's just I bought the bottle and I thought it was okay, but then I had a can of it, and I was like, this is much more enjoyable because it's less.
Right.
So.
All right. Lewis is here. It's 3 a.m. where Lewis is, but he cannot miss another live show. Saying hello to Angie. This is Eli's Brains. Hey, how are y'all? Maybe from Texas as well. Making sure we say hello to as many people as possible. There's B. Hey. Do you think that B is meaning that, like the show? What's happening?
I hope so. Like every time I say it, I say hey all the time. That's how I call my manager. That's how every time I talk to him, I go hey.
All right. Tina is here. Of course,
Now
Joey's
seems like
here.
my eyebrows are a success so far.
You're reading ahead.
One person says I look creepy with eyebrows. Thank you. That's good too. I'll take that.
I think we're so used to it not always being there. A lot of positive words about
Check it out.
Blas.
I can do this. This is like, I was watching a lot of Judge Judy, and I was really admiring how I really like her eyebrows. She's just got that. It helps with her look. It helps with her decisions. I feel like I need decision makers here.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can be, surprise.
You're growing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ed got his autograph pick and picks. Very cool. I've now figured out how to handle merchandising. The answer is have Michelle mail it. That is, she's much smarter than I am and much more organized than I am, and attractive. If I'm complimenting her. Diana saying hello. Bob enjoys my Exorcist shirt. B as well. I want to go to the Washington, D.C. area and throw myself down the Exorcist stairs. I think that would be fun if Wednesday. If we could ever figure out.
I would like to go there again. I've been to the Exorcist stairs. Actually, I went there with your past guest, Calico Cooper. We went there with some of the Alice Cooper band and was really drunk. And we were so drunk, a couple of guys in my band, I think we heated up a knife and burned ourselves like we were in some sort of some sort of pack there. I'm not quite sure. That's the powers of alcohol.
Do you still have the burn?
I don't think I went full commitment. I think it was I think kind of pretended like, I
would have done the same.
Yeah.
You're the voice of reason. Tim, thank you for being a channel member. Thank you to David. Hello from Buffalo, New York. Yeah, nice. Michelle is from the Buffalo area. Jason, what's your favorite Dogs D'Amour song if you have one? I don't.
A
Maybe
what?
Wednesday does.
A dog and horse? What? I'm sorry. Did I hear
Dogs
that?
do more. Do you have a favorite
Oh,
dog?
dogs do more. Yeah, I like the last song on the first album. Uh, um, I can't think of the song. I got it in my head right now, and
It's
I can't.
hard to remember titles, yeah, but he knows more
Uh,
about it than I do. Kim also
wait,
received.
wait until I'm dead is wait until I'm dead. That's the one.
Got it. Kim has also received her stuff. I'm going to dig it up in a little bit and show everybody what they get. I'm in hard sell mode today, Wednesday. And if you'd
All
like to
right.
buy some Wednesday 13 merchandise, go to
Yes.
officialwednesday13.com. He has all the cool stuff.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Crypto.
there's a store off of my website that has tons of stuff. I'm not sure when, but the umbrellas are going to be going live soon.
We needed those
And
umbrellas when we
yeah,
went
and I'm
out in
gonna
the
test
rain.
out one this I got a brand new one this weekend for Sick New World. So yeah, I'm gonna test it out.
All right. Bill says he sent his address to my Gmail, so I'll look for that. Brian has now named my audience Greenies.
I saw
Uh,
that.
it's not
Greenies.
really, it's not really catchy.
Green beans.
Yeah, it's not funny, and it's not fun.
Yeah.
Joey's forehead has autism and is appreciative of the support. So yes, I apologize for having a serious moment, but I feel like people use this internet to just be trash.
They
Trash.
do.
Yeah,
There's a lot of bad people here on the
yeah.
internets.
But we're here to clean it up.
Yeah.
Wednesday night.
That's what I was like. RoboCop. Let's clean it up. Stay in
Mm-hmm.
school. You know.
Think it over, creep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Brown is always so kind and supports the channel. He said he received his Patreon gift today in the mail. Thank you very much. Very much looking forward to watching tonight's show live. So thank you, Sean. Sean is one of the biggest supporters. He's a channel member, and it's nice. Okay, now I'm behind in the comments. So Jason, I do feel like you do this with class, and that's absolutely appreciated. So yeah, thank you. It's also not fake. You know what I mean? I don't say things looking for attention. Okay, I'm just going through it, and then we'll start talking. That's why I mostly only watch Jason. Most podcasters are schmucks. You don't get the word schmuck often enough. I wonder if I could get canceled for that.
What for saying that word?
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. The Three Stooges said it, so I think you're safe.
Okay, well then we're all
Blame it on
right.
them. Blame it on Mo. Just say Mo.
J. Lee Smith, how do you get the Patreon gift in the mail? I ain't got mine. Well, if you signed up for Patreon, then it's on the way. Apparently, people are getting them today. All I know is I sit here and I sign these pictures and I give these picks. I play every pick, one chord per pick, and then Michelle mails them. So if you haven't got it, send a thing. And what's on your shirt, Wednesday? People are commenting on my shirt, but what are you? Oh, yours is way better than mine. Puff.
I found my Puff shirt
Mm-hmm.
in my closet. I was doing some digging. I found this and my Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. Because this past weekend I was watching on 420 there was a HR Puffin Stuff marathon on I guess the Sid and Marty Krofft channel on YouTube, and I watched it Saturday morning, and they showed a bunch of episodes and told a bunch of cool behind the scenes and stories and stuff I didn't know, and Will and Holly were on it. It was cool. And some of the props and stuff and HR Puff and stuff, they had a guy dressed up there talking, who I don't think he was as good as I can do HR Puff and stuff, but I'll let it slide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know,
the real
it was
Puffy
good.
stuff.
So it was a good weekend of watching that. And again, just revisiting that show. What a weird show that was, and how cool it was. It's still bizarre as it was to me.
I can't say too much about this topic. I'm going to talk in code. You'll know what I mean. I think
Mhm.
sometimes if you're going to watch something like Puff and stuff, it helps to have an edible treat or a puff and stuff. It
Yeah,
does make it
I
a little bit
agree. I agree. Maybe that's why I was enjoying it so much. Yeah.
because they could be terrible if you're not.
Yeah.
Mandy is here saying hello to both of us. People are excited. We're having a good time. Yes, people are digging the brows, and
Yes.
yeah.
I actually went to a place and had them done. I was like, I'm not even going to try it. I tried it a long time ago, and it's just a failure every time. So I went to this lady. She hooked it up, and now we've got the process going, and we'll see how they go. You know,
Mhm.
it's something new, something new to do.
When you play on,
I've never had a full beard either. Maybe I'll do that around Christmas.
nah, you don't want that. When you play on stage, will you cover the eyebrows or will you let them be?
That's a good question. Normally, when I do the black goes all the way over where my eyebrows are anyway. Now,
Mhm.
I could do something different this weekend to show the eyebrow. I don't know. I may experiment with it. I may wait till showtime and do it, and then freak out and hate it as I walk on stage and be paranoid about it the whole time. Who knows?
Mhm. It's
I
only
don't know.
30 minutes. You have
Yeah,
by,
30 minutes.
by the time you panic, it'll all be done. Wayne says, Patreon from Henderson, thank you for the goodies in the mail. Great. Do you know the backstory of the Roger Corman's version, why the Fantastic Four was not released? There's an incredible documentary about that. Um, and I'm going to just talk off the top of my head how I remember it. The rights were up to a lot of Marvel properties, and they made a lot of bad business deals. So the idea was to make this Fantastic Four movie just to keep the rights, but it was never going to come out. They wanted a real Hollywood release. There was also supposed to be a bad Spider-Man. There was a lot of low budgets. Fantastic Four was actually a movie that was made with no intention of ever coming out. And you can watch it. There's bootlegs of it around. The only print that they had, they wanted to destroy it and pretend it never happened. But there's this documentary talking to the actors who really thought that they were making a movie, and later Marvel kept the rights. You have to keep using the product to keep the rights. They were then able to sell it to bigger companies. That's me paraphrasing. Watch the documentary. Google Fantastic Four Roger Corman documentary. I think you will enjoy it. It's interesting stuff. Wednesday is clickbait for me. Well, maybe. I don't think. I think clickbait would mean like if I said Wednesday debuts his eyebrows and they explode. That's clickbait. You're just saying that
Yeah.
Wednesday is going to be here, not clickbait. 80s guy says, was great to meet us at the Rainbow. And we're going to talk about the Rainbow. I'm going to get through a few more comments, and we're going to talk about all. Okay. I want to waste some time with Jason Green and Stephen Pearcy. And a Stephen Pearcy concert broke out. Nice meeting you. Thanks for the pick and the pick. Well, awesome. Yeah. It was great to meet you. Some people they come to talk to me at the Stephen Pearcy show. Imagine that. What an honor. Lisa says it was so cool meeting Wednesday at the Rainbow, nicest musician I've ever met. Well, we're going to talk about it.
Really?
I'm going to build up to that. I'm going to talk to all the people that we met. Most people seemed very excited to meet us. Wednesday is, of course, but I'm hated sometimes. Let's see here. A lot of the eyebrows are really popular. They think you are more expressive.
Really? Like, really? What? Oh, me?
Someone is asking if there's a Leatherface doll behind Wednesday. I bet there is. Yeah, it looks like it.
There's many Leatherface dolls behind me. Which one? Over here's over on this side. I always do that backwards. This is a pillow right there, and then on the walls a bunch of Leatherface dolls, and then over here behind my head is a whole Leatherface section, and there's a Leatherface over here. There's Leatherface everywhere.
People, and we're going to go to Texas soon, Wednesday. Before you go back on the road,
Let's
we're
do
going to
it.
go. I think
Let's do
maybe
it.
June, if you're available in June, we'll take the Southwest flight to Texas. It's direct, that's why, and we'll go do it. It'll make for a great video. I should point out the video of Wednesday and I visiting the Halloween locations. I put the link in the description because a lot of people ask me, where do you find it? Well, it's in the description. Watch it after this, and you could see we had a good time. That was the first thing that we did together, and I thought it was great. And you can watch it. Any updates on a Stephen meet and greet at M3? I'm told that he has to do some kind of VIP thing for a little while. I don't know if we're going to actually, or he is going to actually sell one. Not sure. Dr. Paul Shortino is curious if anyone else is pinching their own nipples right now. If anyone watching would like to answer. Also, I've pointed out that Ron Jeremy is is no longer with us mentally, but whenever we go live, he somehow comes back to life, and he is here. Let's clean it up. Yeah,
clean it up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I've been watching this week, and it's horrible, but I can't stop watching it.
Yeah, what is it?
Steal the Beaver, the Leave It to Beaver from 1985, I believe. Oh, it's horrible.
It was pretty bad. It's if you take the Universal tour, there's still the Beaver house is on the tour.
Really?
I remember watching it. I haven't watched it in a long time. And yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be.
It's terrible. I keep watching it. There was an episode today with Jack Black. He was a bully picking on Beaver's son.
Really, the Jack Black?
The Jack Black, yeah.
Not a Jack Black, but the Jack Black.
The Jack Black. Yeah.
Talk to the people for a second while I get these things. All right, keep talking. I'll be back.
I'll be talking to you folks.
Tell them about the Beaver.
Well, as you guys know, Leave It to Beaver was a pretty big popular show, and it had a lot of spin-offs. Before the one I'm talking about, there was another one. It was still the Beaver, and then there was one called Jason may know this. There was a one before it. So they milked that thing for all it's worth. But still the Beaver, I started watching it this week. They got a lot of the same cast members. Wally's in it, Tony Dow. They even brought the little mean girl that Beaver fights with, Judy, which is why I started watching it, because there was one episode where Beaver and Judy are going at it, and it's very similar to Fred Sanford and Aunt Esther fighting, except in a very TBS kind of way, if that makes sense. So yeah, I've been watching that as I'm on the treadmill. I started watching. Oh, you know what I watched this week? This is a discussion. I don't know if we can talk about it. Space Shuttle Challenger. Remember that? Remember that devastating day when that happened, when it exploded?
Yes, I remember it. I was in school.
Me too.
And it was just about time to go home. It was the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And we all went home upset and shocked. And the next day, everyone made fun of it. They said NASA stands for need another 7 astronauts. I don't condone that humor.
This is true. And I remember this day, but I was watching a thing on YouTube this week, and I watched several things because I was like, wow, that's really crazy. There is not a rumor, but there's a lot of people that think those astronauts didn't die in that first explosion. I thought it was just over with. When it blew up, that was it, right? Is that what you thought? Because I thought that was it. There's no way they're going to survive that. Basically,
no, what is the theory?
The theory is that they lived until they hit the water.
Wow.
And that's horrifying.
Yeah.
So that's what I learned. That's what I learned this week. And I want to say there was another astronaut who said that they survived the explosion, because you see all the debris falling into the ocean, but they said that they believe they would have survived the explosion, and there's people that say they lived till they hit the water, which is
well, I'm going to cancel my trip to space this weekend. I was going to go. It's funny you should mention that, but now it doesn't sound safe, so I'm gonna. Mark Sanchez. Has Stephen mentioned recording a live record? The current band sounds great. We're going to get to that. Get comfortable. I'm going to go in order, and we'll talk about all those things. Some of the stuff I don't understand. When it comes to Wednesday, I don't understand everything that the people ask. I don't speak Wednesday fluently yet. I do when it comes to television. Someone said The Exorcist Believer was horrible. 1 and 3 are great. I sort of enjoyed The Exorcist Believer, and that's coming from somebody who doesn't like anything. Sean Clark represents the 2 young girls. Have you seen The Exorcist Believer yet?
No. Last new thing I watched was Roadhouse. That was
and you've been scarred ever since.
Horrible.
Oh All right.
I also found out this week that Patrick Swayze did not like to be called Patrick. He'd like to be called Buddy. So know that, folks. Know that. I'm learning stuff. See, I'm putting stuff up in the noggin up here. I'm learning stuff this week.
Murder Doll asks, will Sick New World set be W13 or Murder Dolls? It will be Murder Dolls, right?
All Murder Dolls. All 30-minute, 7 songs of it. You're going to get it.
Only 7 songs in 30 minutes? I feel like you could do more.
Yeah, well, you know, it's weird because I did the timing on it. I know when I talk to the audience, when we play our I Love to Say Fuck song, it's a kind of an extended version. I get everybody to do it. So that song can sometimes go to be 5-6 minutes if the crowd's going. So I'm just pacing it out. I'm also planning for to be late a minute or something running over or who knows. So but yeah, it's it's 7 songs right now. I mean, at the most we could play would be 8. I guess we'll test it out at rehearsal and time it, but according to what I've been playing on my playlist and guesstimating it, it's 7 songs right now.
Gotcha. New drummer. Is it a scheduling problem? Musicians love the show, binge watching, need more business. I'll talk about that. Wednesday, people love to go on the internet and then they act like they're experts. There's people who have told me things that I've done or do or work with, and they post that they know something that they're completely off base about. I'll talk about that. I know.
I get people telling me how I should book my tours and why we should be playing in their town because nobody comes to their town. That's why we should play there. And I'm like,
yeah. They don't realize that there's agents. They want to blame us for everything.
It's crazy.
We know. All right. It's hard to keep up. You know, Wednesday, I'm the only person who does this and talks to everybody. Most people, you got a super chat, but I'm not looking to take everybody's money. Not everyone has it, and I'm happy to talk to people. But there are a lot of questions. Now, I will point out that the Patreon that I was talking about, we got these picks. We're almost out of them. I don't even have some of them in front of me, but I got these. This is the green Sin City Rejects. This is the black Sin City Rejects, and then I got these things. So anyone who signs up for Patreon during this show, I'll sit here and sign these things and get them out fast because I'm in that fast mood now, which means Michelle will do it. So anyway, that stuff is here. The link is in the description. We're gonna do it Wednesday. We talked about it. One day we'll do a live show where you can Wednesday I'll sign stuff for you and we'll concentrate on his. You can buy memorabilia and we'll do something fun. Where
I got all kinds of stuff here at the house. After the tours, most of the stuff that we sell that we don't sell comes back here. So I have a garage full of to me it's just junk I'm looking at going, man, I want to get rid of it. To a lot of people are like, whoa, I would totally buy that. It's just sitting there. So
yeah,
let's do it.
Just Blas stuff about whether he'll be blah blah. We'll get to it. Everybody relax. We're going to get to it. Someone had something much more important that I needed to address, and now I can't find it. I like to really concentrate on highbrow, as you know, and serious issues. It can't all be. Sometimes you have to FMK. This one is Sarah Michelle Gellar, Scout Taylor Compton, and Jennifer Love Hewitt. This is a tough one for me because I'm not that familiar, and none of these are people that I'm that crazy about. Let's go over it. Sarah Michelle Gellar was Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the TV show, and then she was also in the I Know What You Did Last Summer movie. Maybe she was in a Scream. Yeah, she's cute. Then Scout Taylor Compton, I'm the least familiar with, but she was in the Rob Zombie's Halloween movies. Does get naked in those movies.
She's cute.
She seems to be cute. She has a podcast with Danielle Harris, who we both agreed that we would have relations with.
She's extra cute too.
Yeah, but Sean could not comment because he represents her.
Right.
And then Jennifer Love Hewitt, the original J-Lo. She was on a TV show called Party of Five, and she was also in the I Know What You Did Last Summer movie.
Oh, that's right. She was like, come on, what are you waiting for? Yeah, that was her big line.
For me, unless you want to go first.
I'm not into marrying any of these people, but I guess that's part of the game. I just like to f them all, if you know what
Yeah.
I mean.
Mhm.
Um, so I guess I would have to Jennifer Love Hewitt. She's very pretty, very. Figure you could take her out in public, and you'd just get a lot of extra people going, man, he must be an upstanding guy with this lady. So let's marry
Mhm.
her because she's kind of, a lot of people like her like that.
Agreed.
Yeah,
I'm with
I'm
you.
gonna
Agreed.
Sarah Michelle Gellar. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna have to just I'm gonna have
Disregard
to,
her.
yes, disregard her, and then I'm gonna go and
F.
have relations with Rob Zombie's Halloween's Laurie Strode.
We're very. Make sure I tell you the story about Sean Clark's collection in his trunk at
Mhm.
the
Okay.
Halloween too. I'll tell that later. But um, I'm with you for the most part, but I got a little flip. I'm a fame whore, and I think
Hmm.
I would rather have my relations with Sarah Michelle Gellar. I'm not really into her, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
but she's famous, and it makes for a better story than Scout Taylor Compton. I feel like Scout Taylor Compton, you could probably go up to at a bar and and pick her up the old fashioned way.
I
She
think that's possible.
she probably has the least money. I know this is selfish to play this game, but I want to marry Jennifer Love Hewitt. She prefers to be called Love. I think she's got some dough. She could probably take care of me. And so that's where I'm going. I'm going with the I Know You Did Last Summer cast, and I'm disregarding Scout Taylor Compton. But as soon as this show is over, I am going to Google them all nude and make sure that my decisions were correct.
Is
Okay,
that
so
that should be like a whole, like, searching it, Google nude,
mhm.
like Google
so
Chrome, Google Chrome, Google nude.
this is Eli, maybe, and it would like Wednesday to adopt him or her, as the case may be.
Okay.
You're in.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's do it.
oh, this is a good question. I don't know if we could talk about this. Another very serious highbrow question. Who has the best beaver?
Hmm.
JC Lane or Christy Canyon?
Or Jerry Mathers.
Hmm. If we're
Yeah.
talking about Bush, Christy Canyon
No,
wins.
definitely. She was definitely.
Christy Canyon had a bush that would knock your Aunt Connie's socks off. I mean, that's a bush. Now, Chasey
Yeah.
Lane, she had like a tasteful trail. If we I will tell you that in my collection, I have an authentic, I've never told this story. I have an authentic rubber replica mold of
Huh.
Chasey Lane's area, and it is autographed.
Interesting.
Mhm. It's in my mother's apartment back in New York. Hopefully she hasn't. Hopefully she hasn't stumbled upon it and said, "What the hell is this?" It is very valuable. Okay, let's get through these, and then we can just start chatting. I enjoy having a good conversation with the audience. Is Wednesday ever going to bring back the spiky 2010 Murder Doll's hair?
No,
I'm not
no.
familiar.
When I had dreadlocks, I cut my dreadlocks off, and I went through this transition phase where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do the whatever Nikki Six spiky long in the front thing, and then I realized how much of a upkeep and pain in the ass that was. So I just let my hair grow back out, and here we are.
The dreadlocks I didn't get. Now, did you feel like we got to do something different to stand out, or was that the thing at the time? What made you guys decide on the dreadlocks? Did you all have them?
No, no, only two of us had dreadlocks, and we ironically had them when we met up. It wasn't like I had them years before the band even got together. I had
Mhm.
dreadlocks because uh, I had my hair like this, and I kept doing bleaching it and trying to do the roots red because my hair is blonde when it grows out, so I could bleach it. And this girl bleached my hair and burnt the top layer of my hair off. This is in 1998. So my hair was screwed up. I literally had like a little, my hair was just like this tall on top, but the rest of it looked stupid. And so I cut my hair off. And this is when I was working at Kmart. And when I worked at night at Kmart, I just started twisting my hair into little dreadlocks because I hated it being short. I needed something. I was like, I hate this. This is terrible. And it just went from there. So they started off like really short. Like I had like, it was a process. So by the time Murder Doll started, it was, hey, this is what I've got. So
Mhm. Somewhere there's fans that met you at Kmart and don't even realize it.
probably
Um,
not. Yeah.
David asks, and thank you for being a channel member. He asks a question that's kind of what we already said. Since you spend so much time in the Atlanta airport, why not bring Steven to Georgia for a concert? Well, I wish. I would like to bring Steven to every city and every state and every country, but I don't have anything to do with that. There's
Atlanta's
agents for that.
Atlanta's good. Atlanta's always a good crowd.
I don't think we've ever played there as long as I've been around.
To me,
On
Atlanta's
this,
more like a hometown show for me in the South than when I play Charlotte, oddly. So Atlanta's always good. The Masquerade's a cool venue. There's also the killer barbecue place in Atlanta called Fat Matt's Barbecue. I recommend it. I've even taken Ubers there through traffic because it's that good.
yeah, well, maybe we can get there ourselves if not.
Yeah.
Here's a question that what's your opinion on G.G. Allen?
Uh, Murder Doll's name is a combination of Gigi's band, the Murder Junkies, and the New York Dolls. That's the names we smashed together because when I first met Joey, his when we combined our bands together, he was doing a cover of Gigi Allen's "Die When You Die," and I had a history with the band Anti-Scene from North Carolina, who had they were Gigi's band, and just I had a whole kind of history with them, and just so yeah, the Murder Junkies, they're bloodshed and brutality for what is it for all? Is that what the album's called? I don't know. It's excellent. There's some songs on there that would get your show flagged if I even just said the title of them.
Yes.
Excellent songs.
When I was a kid in New York City, I grew up enjoying punk music, and as I discovered punk music, it became wilder and crazier. Everything I discovered, the Dead Boys, Steve Bader's cutting himself and hanging himself, all these crazy things.
Hmm.
Ramones was like Disney of punk rock compared to these other bands, and it was also
Yeah.
a little bit more tongue in cheek. The Ramones was actually great harmonies, really good songs, and meant to be fun. Where some of these other bands were so much heavier. My first girlfriend and I went. She wanted to get a tattoo. To this day, I still don't have a tattoo, but I went with her. It was illegal. New York is always behind on things, and they were very behind on legal tattoos. So we went to this place. It was kind of over CBGB's in the Bowery, very shady. I don't remember what her tattoo was, but it was probably stupid, like most young people. A ladybug, a unicorn. I don't remember. I remember one of my exes got this Chinese symbol, and she said it stands for tranquil, tranquil. And I said, "You're the least tranquil person I've ever met." But um, anyway, but so they said Gigi Allen was leaving as we were coming in. He had just gotten like an illegal tattoo as well, and then I kind of became fascinated. But you couldn't Google him because there was no Google. It wouldn't be invented for 10 years. Uh, but what I did, public access would show concerts of him, especially his last show, where he would show up in warehouses and he would threaten to end himself. Got to be careful with those terms, but he would threaten that he would do it on stage. And most of the time, he would get driven off. Crowds would fight with him. He is known for throwing his own waste in the audience.
This sounds funny when you say it.
It's ridiculous. And then he would throw it on people and fight them. And there's famous videos of him on his last day alive running through the streets of New York naked.
Yeah.
And
Just
then he went back.
you can actually watch this. I think it's on Tubi. Is Hated on Tubi? I think it is.
It's on one of
Uh,
those channels. This stuff
yeah,
is all accessible. Most
yeah.
people would say Gigi Allen is awful. And if you watch these last concerts, he is awful. But I think what Wednesday's referring to is that what I was told is he had a mental break. his music before that wasn't bad. I had to learn one of his songs to play at a punk show, and I was the only one in the band who was really like kind of into that. And it was called "You Talk Too Much," I think. All you do is talk, 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 or something like that. And
I don't know.
it wasn't bad though.
Yeah, there's a lot of good songs, and I heard the exact opposite. I heard it, that he turned it on. It was all that he was just a. My friend was like, he was just like one of us, and I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe a little more extreme than that, but
I
uh,
think I think he had a. I think his
yeah,
brother
I
said he
didn't hear
did.
anything like that. I heard it was all for the reaction and show that he was all there. He had us a drug addiction and you know, just that vibe that was with his shows. I mean, it was whole thing beyond music. He had like a legion of people that just worshiped him. It was crazy, you know.
More so when he passed. I believe the bipolar break because the things he did, I don't think he was smart enough to be an artist like that or create it. And if you watch these videos of him walking through the streets, he seems pretty out of it. But if, like I said, if you listen to his early music, it doesn't sound like that. It went.
Yeah.
So anyway, I personally am not a fan necessarily, but it's interesting. I am a fan of interesting things. Okay,
Yeah,
let's see.
I am. You know, that's there's some really good music, some crazy stuff. I've seen a lot of cool videos. I never got to see Gigi. But yeah, if people want to check it out, they should watch that documentary Hated, because it was done by Todd Phillips, who did The
Old school.
Hangover and Joker and all that. So it's done well.
Yeah, it's a big budget thing. Jason, I do landscaping work all day. Your channel helps pass time. I listen on my headphones. Thank you, bro. That's always the best compliment I get. I get it a lot that people listen while they're trying to get through work. I was like that when I was younger, listening to Howard Stern, and on my way to school or work. And so that's probably the best um, compliment. I got to get a good microphone and start to do the show like this, so that people can hear
Yeah,
it.
I've got some microphones we could use. We could hook up. Even if they don't work, we just have them set up.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So
right?
that
Uh,
works.
Rafa or Rafa, I apologize if I said it wrong. I have a Jason Green guitar pick. Got it. Oyster Bay. Well, we're going to talk about the Oyster Bay. Ghost Walker, enjoy the channel, Jason, and a new fan of Wednesday 13. I also like that. I
Woo.
like that.
One more. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah,
One
world
more.
dominance. World dominance is coming. Um,
Yep.
Jason, so you prefer people joining Patreon over channel member? Well, they're different things. The channel member is easy for this, when you're in the live to stand out and you get content before other people. And the Patreon is if you want to get those physical items that I can send you. I can tell you that there's a Patreon platform that's $5. The pics and all the shit in the mail and the stamps cost more than that. So I'm not doing this to get rich. I like that people appreciate this stuff. Oh, here's a question for Wednesday that he can't answer. When are you going to tour North Dakota? I think that's what
North
that means.
Dakota. Is that where
I
Full
could be
Throttle
wrong.
Saloon is?
Maybe.
Well,
It
that's where I
says
want to go.
ND. Maybe ND means something else.
Indeed, North Dakota. I think that's what that means.
It's got to be.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. That's a big place that no one knows who we are. It's a lot of I
Mhm.
think we played one or two shows there before, and like 10 people showed up. So
Am I Evil says
unfortunately, that's just the way it is for some places, you know.
Am I Evil says Jennifer had great tits. I'm assuming they mean Love Hewitt and not my first girlfriend who got the bad tattoo. But
I think they're talking about the real J Lo.
mm-hmm. Cinderella Dam says you guys cracked me up with the FMK. Well, that's what we're here for. We don't like to be too serious. So someone says that we could watch Scout Taylor in some leaked videos. I'll have to for research. I will have to do that. All right, I'm almost through these comments, and then we can get to conversation. Oh boy. I'm not ready to start banning Wednesday's fans yet, but I'm getting there.
Uh-oh.
Just seen Wednesday's Bus Invaders from a few years back with the blonde hair going. I saw him on
Yeah.
Bus Invaders, but I don't think he had blonde hair. Maybe he did.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing with my roots again, that I burned all my hair off. The same story. That was another phase I went through. I'm always changing stuff up, and that was another one of my phases I went through. Blonde and black.
That Bus Invaders is one of the reasons I found that I related to Wednesday so much. When he took out his DVD collection, I was like, I
My
watched this
personal
thing.
collection,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was like, maybe I'm going to let the dreadlocks slide. This guy's cool, Angie is a new YouTube member. Thank you so much for signing up. Jay Lee Smith, thank you for the super sticker. Jay Lee Smith wrote me an email earlier. I've told people, if you write me something important, I probably won't respond. Actually, it was last night, and I might have been a little, on a new thing. And so I don't want to write back and dodge people, so I forget. If someone asks a stupid question, I answer it immediately. But anyway, Jaylee, I'll go back and look at your email. All right. Hold on. Oh, here's Tim Sheridan. Where the hell did Tim Sheridan go? And then I got stuff to talk about. Tim Sheridan, super sticker. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. And a channel member. Eric has been a Wednesday fan since the Murder Dolls, the first CD. That's a long time. God. Wednesday should do a makeup tutorial. He has something similar. I watched a reel where he shows getting ready for the show. It's really cool. It's probably on your Instagram, no?
The one I posted today?
No, that's similar. There was one you put out like a month or two ago where you showed the whole thing when you get ready for a show. Maybe I made it up.
Yeah, there's some video. There's all kinds of. I was looking through stuff on YouTube, but there's so much. There's so much shit on there. There's one guy that worked for us a while ago was videoed me doing stuff in between songs. Maybe that's what you're talking about.
No, you were sitting.
Yeah.
I think you were promoting the person who makes your clothes, which they do a great job. And you were.
Uh-huh.
It was a reel, and you were putting on your stuff before the show.
I think that might just been a still shot of me. I don't think it was an actual video, but I
Oh,
posted a couple pictures of me doing makeup, but not actual videos because I don't want people to know my secrets.
maybe that's what it was.
Yes, I did post photos of me doing makeup, but no videos though.
Jay Lee is pointing out that you get perks like you watch the Tour Divers and Neighbors before anyone else, when that is true. And for $5, it's a steal. Thank you so much. Okay. Ron Jeremy would like to point out that Devonshire had a nice bush. I met Devonshire with Ron, of all things, and he told me some stories that I can't repeat. Do you have a favorite and least favorite airline? Love your channel and Wednesday 13. Nowadays, I fly Delta or Southwest. I feel like you should keep your air miles with one airline. So Delta's a little nicer than Southwest. And if you have, Dana Strum told me, you want to have some status, very important to have status. So you want to have status. So Delta will upgrade me to first class and comfort and those things. Southwest is a free for all, but because I have the preferred thing now, I get free Wi-Fi and I get 2 drinks every flight I take with them. I was going to start drinking. I was like, well, fuck, I want to waste it. Maybe I'll just become an alcoholic. I'm always looking for hot chicks. I hope Michelle's not watching on the plane. And I then, hey, let me buy you a drink.
Those little bottles.
Yeah,
That's how you get them.
It's on me. So anyway, and then I would not fly Spirit and I would not fly Frontier if I could avoid it.
Yeah, you don't want to do those. Those are not good. There's a lot of cool airlines though. I fly all kinds of stuff. My favorite airline to fly is Virgin. If I can ever do that, every time we go to Europe, Virgin is the way to go. Everything is just cooler. It's just awesome. And all the stewardesses are usually hot ladies. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Are you in the Mile High Club Wednesday?
I didn't go a full mile. Up. Half a mile. Half a mile. The half mile club.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right. We got through as much as we could. Now we're going to talk about what's going on. 300 people watching. So I took
Wow.
a trip to Burbank. Burbank is the home of Wednesday 13.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a nice time. We went out on maybe a Saturday night. We went to the Smokehouse, right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, right across from Warner Brothers Studios.
Right across
right
from
across.
where everyone runs out at the end of Blazing Saddles. A lot of history there.
Yeah, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Friends, all kinds of stuff.
All kinds of great stuff happened there. National Lampoon's Vacation scenes there, Laverne and Shirley, all kinds of stuff. We're going to take the tour Wednesday, you and I. Next trip.
Gremlins. You said Gremlins. The
Gremlins.
Mogwai was bought over there.
Mm-hmm. A lot of cool history. Pee-wee's Big Adventure, when the guy sneaks up on him and is going to try to mug him, and Pee-wee scares him off in the shadows, and it's raining.
Yeah.
That is also
Stay
the
off of our turf. That part. Yeah.
The cover of Purple Rain is also that, like, on that same block.
Really?
Anyway, so a lot of cool stuff. So we went to the Smokehouse, and we had a lovely dinner. We closed the place out.
Yeah, we were chatting. Everybody had already left, but that's a cool place. I went back there since then. I've returned. That might be my new place.
Yeah, that might be your spot. It's convenient for you. I would say it's not overpriced like a lot of things in California, and the food was good, and it's kind of a fun environment. A painting almost came off the wall and killed you, though.
Yeah, I was some ghosts in there or something.
We probably could have ate for free had you leaned into it.
We could have faked something. I could have faked something.
If I was in that chair, I probably would have hit the ground,
Yeah.
and waiting for medical help, and then but then look, what do I know? Let's see. Someone says Bob Hope owned Burbank. Well, he owned the airport. I'll tell you that much.
He did.
Great.
He did. Bob Hope.
A great.
I remember Bob. Do you remember watching Bob Hope stuff when you were little? That was still like a big deal.
Yeah, because he would have like Mr. T and people on that were shows that we liked to come on his USO tours. He did a lot of great stuff for the military.
Yeah, we got
later. I discovered the movies.
Yeah, I just remember him. I forgot all about that. We got a couple of years of Bob Hope before he passed.
I met him. Yeah, I met him when I was a kid.
Whoa. Yeah, my dad said he showed up in Vietnam, and that was a big deal for him. So he came and visited the troops. That was one of his big stories. Said Bob Hope and Nancy Sinatra was the big hoopla when he was in Vietnam.
Nice. I've seen the videos of the two of them together, and yeah, Bob Hope did a lot for our military. So definitely was always the first one out to do good things for the troops and entertain them. This is John is asking a serious question. Tiffany Amber or Elizabeth Berkley. It's not really how you play the game. You need a third choice, but I mean, I'll pick between the two. Tiffany Amber Thiessen for me.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do that first, and then I'll move over to
Elizabeth Berkley.
Yes, Jesse Spano to others.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing her by her name. Jason, how was the basement at the Alamo? Well, we'll get there. I'm going to tell you all about the basement.
And I can't wait to go there and ask that question.
Believe me, I asked.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. Okay, so we had a great dinner, but it was raining in California.
That sucked. That was not good for my hair. It was not happy with
mine either, or my skin or anything. I'm not a giant California person. Nevada has no real natural disasters. Earthquakes barely happen, and they're nothing. It barely rains. It's very hot.
You're just basically in the movie Dune. You've got sandworms.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Yeah.
Have you seen the Dune popcorn bucket?
I did. It's pretty cool.
It's very expensive because they sold out because I guess people are banging them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you bang the Dune popcorn bucket?
Would I bang a popcorn bucket?
Mm-hmm. That's what I don't know if you know that. That's what people are doing with it.
I mean, if time permitted, yes,
Hmm.
yes.
They're saying that the Dune popcorn bucket is very reminiscent of a fleshlight, if you know what that is.
I
And
do. I'm familiar with fleshlights.
yeah, and so we'll show it right now if people want to see this thing. It's sold out, and it is on the resale market for a lot of money. Everyone wants to get their hands or wiener on one of these popcorn buckets. I'm going to show it right now for the kids at home. Some of your fans might have to close their eyes.
Yeah.
Because
See,
they're young.
I used to have a bong that looked like this too, like a fleshlight. So
Mhm,
my
mhm.
mind has wandered on those as well.
All right, so here it is. Somehow this got by. A lot of the actors and actresses also said, "How
Oh,
did this?"
people are having relations with that.
You're learning that your TV lingo. Yes, the relations,
Hmm.
and they're on eBay for between $79 and $150 now, and but people can't keep their wieners out of them.
Well, you know what? Here's also, if you remember the old popcorn trick that Dave Chappelle talked about on his show, where
Sure.
you cut the hole in the popcorn. So you could actually do that in the movie theater for your
Mhm,
date and go, oh, what's that?
mhm. Yeah, I've heard about the legend of that since I was a kid. I've never
Yeah.
tried it. But what you do is you get a popcorn bucket and you cut a hole in the bottom. You put your wiener in the popcorn, and then you wait for your date to reach for some popcorn, and then she gets a handful of wiener. I hear it works every time. That's
I'm thinking that I haven't been to the movies in a while, and I'm thinking that maybe this, and I'll go see that movie, the Iron Claw.
hmm
That just sounds good.
yeah. No, I agree. Anyway, a lot of people are going to try it now, and and yes, there is a Deadpool popcorn bucket that they say is going to top it. Ryan Reynolds has co-designed it and says that it's going to be the most offensive popcorn bucket in the history of popcorn buckets.
You know, I was
Speaking of
shocked by that trailer today. It had the F word in it more than I could count.
yeah, it's a new world. I do have the Slimer
That's
popcorn
cool.
bucket. They're called vessels. This is a popcorn vessel. There's nowhere to put your wiener in this, uh,
Well,
but let me guess you could.
that's what drills are for.
True.
I believe that song was sung that
You're a
way.
lot handier, if you will,
Yes.
than I am. So we said that we're going to go to the Rainbow Bar and Grill Bash. I believe it's the 52nd anniversary, but the weather was not cooperating. We were going to
Garbage.
try it. So we started as Michelle, you, and myself. We met up and we went, and it was rough. It was raining. Luckily, the people at the Rainbow Bar and Grill and people from the whiskey were very kind to us and
Hmm.
gave us the top access. I think someone's spamming the chat. Hold on. I have it on my TV over here, and I'm seeing a lot of bullshit. Hold on.
Oh, that's that. Yeah,
Do we block this person?
probably.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to put it on you. Oh, I see it. Now I'm reading the
Yeah,
questions. Yeah. All
yeah.
right. Well, it's time to go. I'll start with a timeout. Shall they return and be obnoxious? Then we will give them a block. I don't like being the law. You know what I mean? It's not
I
fun.
am the law.
It's
I am
it's
the
not funny
law.
and it's not fun.
Yeah,
And for people who want to see your cat, hold your horses. Eventually, you'll see the cat. Cats live on their own schedule. They don't just
yeah,
perform. This isn't
yeah.
the this isn't a circus.
Scream
Uh,
is in the window right now. She's soaking up the last bit of sunlight. She'll come in here eventually.
yes, be
Yeah,
patient. That's what cats are
yeah.
for.
Hmm.
But don't be mental patient, like some of the people's comments. Anyway, so we get to the Rainbow Bar and Grill Bash. We wanted to see Donnie V in
Hmm.
particular, who was playing with Alex Kane. Alex Kane, as I've said a million times, has played a show with the Murder Dolls. Probably the last show. I don't even know if you can call it Murder Dolls. Maybe it was a tribute to
No,
me.
yeah, it was Ben's memorial thing, but we kind of had a history with Alex, which I told you about, and so yeah, it worked out. But Alex is killer, man. He always, every time I've seen him play, he owns it. If I guess that's the best way to say it, he owns it.
Yeah, no, he leaves it all on the stage. He's a little crazy in a good way.
Yeah,
And
we're all a little crazy.
we all go a little mad sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Alex was trying to get me on stage to sing the answers to Fly High Michelle, which aren't easy. And
No.
what would I do? Like I would stand there and then like an idiot, I'm on We Are the World waiting for my part. And then that part is a high part, and I'm not a singer. And he said, "You're gonna do it." He told me 10 times. And then he said, "When I see you, you're coming up." And when he started looking around, I hightailed it to the back because while it might be interesting comment, I learned how to play Fly High Michelle on the bass because Donnie V asked me to. He was going to come to a gig and he wanted me to play it, and then he didn't show up. And I said, when am I ever going to need to know this bullshit in my life again? And but anyway, I was not going to sing background vocals. They were good as far as I'm concerned. Donnie V is enough's enough. There is no such thing as enough's enough without him. The guy who dresses up like Ronald McDonald or whatever, not for me. And I hate when bands use the name and put out bullshit lineups. Like just bass players should not suddenly become singers. People should not race to trademarks and try to sell shit that they've got nothing to do with. I'm a purist. And if the whole band is dead, then you could figure it out. I will say that later this week, I'm interviewing somebody who was in a very controversial lawsuit type thing over band names. There was a band that had no original members. He was the original member. He's fought that band and he won. He will announce that here later this week, but I can't. He asked that we keep it quiet until the time. So anyway, we watched Donnie V, and we had a good time. And I'll tell you, people are nice, and a Wednesday is very recognizable. My friend said to me, "Well, aren't they used? How do they recognize him without the makeup?" But Wednesday looks like Wednesday, and there's the cat, by the way. For those of you
Cat
who've
is
been waiting,
here. Cat, we have cat butt.
yeah. For those of you who've been
All right.
waiting for the cat,
Say hello to everybody.
yeah.
All right. See.
The cat is here. The cat heard your requests
Mhm.
and showed up. Okay, so we watched Donnie V and we enjoyed it. It was raining, but like as I said, people come over and people are nice, and a lot of people took pictures with Wednesday. A lot of took pictures with me. There was one person who wanted to take a picture with Wednesday, and he's a musician, quote unquote. Most people in this audience would not know who he is, including me. I don't really know who he is, but other than he looks silly. But he took his picture with Wednesday, and then he said to Wednesday, "I would like to take it again because I don't like the person in the background." And the person in the background just happened to be me. I will tell you that I'm not a fan of bands who fight with each other when you have nothing to do with it. It would be like if one of the guys in Wednesday's solo bands started fighting with one of the former members of the Murder Dolls. Anything like that. It just doesn't make, and I'm not saying his guys would do that. But like if you're in LA Guns, maybe you shouldn't be taking sides because you have nothing to do with it. It's between, at that point, Kelly and Steve and Phil and Tracy and Mick Cripps. Those guys could curse each other out, go public, do what they want. But if you're the scab and you had nothing to do with the success of the band, or you say, my band, if you're not on the albums, it's not your band. You're scab, you're filling in, you can be replaced at any time. No one gives a fuck. So I'm not going to say this guy's name because I don't really know it. I've seen him around. I know he's not important, but I enjoy the people that don't like me. Everybody likes Wednesday. I will tell you that. Wednesday is universally loved. I watched everyone come over and kiss the ring. People of all.
I felt love there.
cultures.
A lot of love there. Actually, I didn't get to watch a lot of the shows because every second someone was talking or saying hello. It was very very nice to be recognized, and a lot of cool people from that watched the show that I met. I saw Michelangelo standing there, which I stared at him almost like people would stare at the Loch Ness monster. It was too terrified to go even talk to him. I mean, this guy plays 4 guitar necks at once. How do you even keep a conversation with this guy? I just stayed back, didn't say
It
anything.
was interesting. He
Yeah,
is from Chicago. Johnny Monaco can tell great Michelangelo stories.
he's at
And he knows
Manowar now.
Alex.
Yeah,
He knows Alex and he knows Donnie V, I guess. Although I couldn't imagine Donnie V would like that kind of noodling.
Mm-hmm.
But he was there. He's a strange looking guy.
I saw a video of Michelangelo in the studio, and the guitar player for Faster Pussycat was in this video. So I don't know if he was there with that
Brent
guy.
Muscat,
No, the
Greg
the the
Steele.
new the new guy on Faster that was on stage with him.
Oh, I
I
don't
don't
I
know.
don't know
I
any
don't.
new
I
guys.
don't know. They had like 4 guitar players on stage last weekend.
I saw that happen too. It was like Scab Palooza. I didn't know who was on that stage. I know Tammy Down, and I know Danny
Who sounded
Nordahl.
great and looked great, by the way. But we kept saying it. Tammy looked.
He did.
Tammy is has revived his life.
I liked Tammy, and he liked you.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked as always. I've known Tammy for 20 something years, and he told me that if he's going to do the interview soon, and I found out that Faster Pussycat is going to be opening for Stephen Pearcy in a couple of weeks, and I'm looking forward to it. But I know Danny Nordahl because he was in a band called The Throbs,
Love
and he
the
also
front.
played with Stiv Bators. And this guy came up to me and he said, "Jason, I'm Ronnie's sweetheart." And I went, "Oh my God, I didn't recognize Ronnie from The Throbs." And he's been on the
I
show.
recognized him instantly. By the way,
Did you?
I knew. Yeah, I was like, I know that who that is.
Michelle likes The Throbs a lot, and I was excited to
Me
talk to
too.
him and his wife and his daughter. They were really cool. It was a very cool family. While Faster Pussycat was playing, I saw my good friend Todd Muscat. And I thought it's nice to see a Muscat at a Faster Pussycat show. I will
Mm-hmm.
say that I've had issues with Brent Muscat in the past. We've worked together. We haven't spoke in 7, 8 years. I'd like to sort of mend that fence. It could happen. I've talked to his brother about it, and you never know. But he was there with the other members of Junkyard. Pat Mazingo is the drummer, and then I'm bad with everyone else's name. Tim Mosier is the one guitar player, and I forgot the other guitar player's name. But he was in that Motorcycle Boy later that night, though. I learned.
Yes, yes, another excellent band. If it wouldn't have been so rainy and messy, I probably would have went and seen that show.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to. Some names are not worth mentioning. My girlfriend met Wednesday at the Rainbow Bash, and now I'm not cutting it. I get it. It happens. Yeah, but I'm sure. I'm sure it was just a. I don't know. Who could possibly not like Jason? Exactly. And if you knew the person, this person who sort of talks shit is not very popular, and he's got his own problems that I won't call out because it's not the kind of show that I do. He looks incredibly stupid, though. Is that bullying? Well, I didn't say who it is, so it's fine. Couldn't remember their name anyway.
I told you Jack Black was a bully to Leave It to Beaver's kids. Bullies are everywhere this week.
Yeah, no, you might be right about that then. So anyway, we got to see the Junkyard guys and the Throbs.
We met Donnie V. You introduced me to Donnie V, and he was convinced I was a kid.
Donnie V.
Yeah.
Donnie V wanted to take a picture with Wednesday. I'm not sure he's a big Murder Dolls fan, but he liked Wednesday's look, and he thought it was like a before and after. He thought Wednesday was like a younger version of him.
He said let's take a picture of the future and the past or something. I went, I'm going to be 48 this year, and he goes, no drugs or drinking, huh? And I went, oh, I've done plenty. He just couldn't. He couldn't figure it out.
We had a nice talk. Donnie looked good. He lost weight, and he looked good. And
he looked like a rock and roller. He looked cool even after the show. He's had leather pants on, and he looked like Donnie V.
He looked like Donnie V. That's all you can ask for. Will Donnie and Chip ever play together again? My answer to that is there's probably not enough money or interest to make it happen. You know, if you ask me about Rat, you never know. Would Mick Mars ever play with Motley Crue? You never know. When there's money involved, it's different. Enough's Enough is on a smaller level. I think it's possible, but I don't think the world is waiting so impatiently for it. I think, though, if you want to hear Enough's Enough, you want to hear the guy who wrote the songs and sang the songs. And I just don't. I just don't. I don't get the chip thing. I've seen the videos. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I don't like to kiss up to people just because they're nice. Chip runs around like he's the mayor, being nice to everybody because he's hoping you'll forget how shitty his band is, and him too. Yeah. By the way, he can't kick my ass. Just for the record. Did I tell you how great Jim Gillette is? Anyway.
Oh, Jim, yeah. I was surprised he wasn't there. It was so many people. I told you, I was like, it was like everybody from like everybody, the Throbs, fucking Nitro, Shark Island, Faster Pussycat, Sebastian Bach. Then he's got
Shark Island Wednesday. There's an interesting one. We wanted to see Richard Black of Shark Island, allegedly invented the snake dance. Axl Rose got his moves from. Everybody tells me it's true. Who was there? I mean, I'm telling guys from the '80s. Brent Muscat told me that. Stephen Pearcey. Everyone told me Axl got it from Richard Black. Sean Clark, who's a regular on this show, he has his own show, Malfunk Sean. He wanted to see Shark Island. He got there late and he missed them. We were in the little backstage tent area. And I told Sean, Richard Black is in this room. Find him. And he could not do it. Yeah. And in all fairness, neither could either of us if we didn't know. If we didn't see him on stage, we would not know that guy was Richard Black.
He looked like he worked for Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Yes.
Right. Remember I said that he kind of like he was one of the Joker's goons. He had like a striped shirt on and a beanie, and he didn't look like what people expected him to look like, or what we just didn't recognize him, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I wouldn't have recognized him in a million years. But anyway, they were good. They played 3 cover songs. I think it was sort of a pickup band. And Alex played with them as well. After
my drummer Mike was playing for Shark Island, so that was cool to see him.
Mm-hmm. Mike of Wednesday 13 fame. He was in Wasp for a little while. That was the first time I met him. A very nice guy. Seemed down to earth.
Yeah, he was. Mike is so nice. He's the exact opposite of all the drummers I've ever played with. He's just always in a great mood. And like I said, he knows. Him and Sean were starting to talk about 80s stuff there for a second. He's another goofball like us when it comes to trivia and, oh, did you know that blah blah blah. It's
yes, there was a lot of that. And when Sean got there, people were looking around because they see the 3 of us on the show, and a lot of people were, they've never seen us all in person before, like the 3 Stooges, and.
It was very much like the 3 Stooges, the new version, the new Stooges.
Yeah, so we had a good time. Next was Power Man 5000, and I liked them. I've seen them before. It's not my favorite thing. I wasn't listening to that kind of music in 2000, but they do a good job of what they do. And Spider, who was Rob Zombie's brother, was. He's a great front man. He's a lot of fun.
I thought they were excellent, and probably they were just the best sounding. It sounded really good, and they just got a good vibe to them, and they're cool. It's kind of hard to watch them and not have a good time and not do this.
Loved it.
Even if you don't know the songs, they've got good stuff, and their hit "Worlds Collide." I think they ended their show with that. That's a cool song.
Crowd loved it. People were jumping. It's definitely a jumping kind of thing, and it was good. At my first time. Oh no, I've seen them before, but it was good again. And then after that was a Faster Pussycat, and someone said to me, "Oh, those guys never changed their set," but they did. He opened with Jack the Bastard, which is really rare off the Whipped album.
I thought they've always started with that.
Maybe I'm late.
Maybe I'm used to them doing that. I don't know. I feel like I've heard them do that a lot. I didn't really hear any surprises, but it sounded really good. So, and I'm friends with all those guys. It's just like it was like a little class reunion there, hanging with everybody at the show.
Yeah, you may see them more than me. I saw them when there was actual members of Faster Pussycat in the band, but we went to.
I did not meet the original band.
But I went on the road with them in the early 2000s, and I've known Chad. Everybody knows Chad Stewart. I've known him a long time. He's a Hollywood staple. I no disrespect, but I can't believe he's alive. Him or Danny, they're definitely best buds. Slim Tender and Chad. I'm trying to be polite. I gave this whole speech about bullying, and now I want to make fun of them. But nice guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing them next week in Virginia, or 2 weeks in Virginia. And I've always liked Tammy. And then after that was Sebastian Bach, and we left.
Yes.
We watched a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Sebastian Bach likes me or not. He doesn't
I don't
answer my
know.
text message.
I
He
don't
deleted
know.
me from Facebook, his personal account, and now he doesn't answer my text messages. Yet
Huh.
on cruise, we had a half-hour talk, and it seemed to be fun. And he loves Steven. You know, Sebastian shows a lot of respect for the people that he grew up. He's a fan, and he doesn't hide it. And I thought he was very good. But so I don't know where I stand. But we went to a nice establishment to eat. We had a good time. It was you, I, Sean, and Michelle.
Mhm.
And while we were at this place, Sean parked next to Michelle, and he said, "Hey, if you want to, I got a Michael Myers 2 mask in the trunk of my car from Rob Zombie's Halloween."
Mhm.
And he said that it had a little rip in it, and he took it to Christopher Nelson's house, who also lives in Burbank, by the way.
Oh.
And he he repaired it. He's an Academy Award winner. Talk about having your mask repaired by by a legend. So on the way out, I took Sean showed me the mask, and it was like if you watch Sean's channel, Malfunction, he does a thing called the collection, where he shows you his collection of memorabilia. Well, he showed it to me in his trunk. It was like the Sean Clark traveling roadside show, and
Like the
I'm
greatest
gonna
American hero, didn't he keep it in the back of his trunk of his car, like
yes.
in a briefcase? I believe he
Mhm.
did.
Sean might be like a vigilante or something, and he might put on that mask at night and go fight crime. I can't prove it one way or the other, but I'm going to post that picture on social media. So Wednesday has 400 million followers on Instagram. I have 7. So make sure you follow JSIN_Green, or follow Mr. Mother Effer. I can't even say your name on here,
Yeah,
but
I know, I know. It's a song. It's a song title,
mhm.
Mr. Mother Effer.
He's easy to
Yeah.
find, and apparently
Yes.
you've all found him. But anyway, but I'm going to post that picture later. So if you want to see the collection in the back of Sean's car, I will post it. So it was a fun time had by all. The next
Yes.
morning, I had to leave town, although I did invite you to Bob's Big Boy, but you were on the treadmill because look, one
Yes.
of us has to stay in shape. I
It's
went to
growing these
Texas.
eyebrows out.
It takes time. I went to
Yeah.
Texas the next day, and I was going to sit here and talk about Texas by myself, but I figured, you know what, Wednesday's a good sport. I'll talk about
Mhm.
Texas with Wednesday. Wednesday, you've been to
I
Texas.
watched one video of one show. I watched like a song or two, I think, that
Mhm.
someone had
Did you like
posted
it?
online. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool to see. Well, you'll tell you tell the story. I'm not going to jump ahead of you.
Well, no, it's fine. What Wednesday's talking about is we made an addition to Stephen Pearcy's band, and that is Blas Elias, who was best known for Slaughter. He also played the part of Donnie Johnson in a movie called Rockstar. And
Yeah.
you can see he co-starred along Mark Wahlberg, Marky Mark, if you will, and Jennifer Aniston, Rachel, if you will. And so I've been a friend of Blas's for a while. We did a Sin City Sinners record where Blas played drums, and I wrote maybe 4 or 5 of the songs on the record with Scotty Griffin. And Blas reminded me the other day that he enjoyed playing this one song. We wrote a song called Star-Crossed Haters, and it would be, what if Romeo and Juliet killed each other because they just were sick of each other? The opposite of love is hate. And anyway, he liked that song. The song is 5 acts, like Romeo and Juliet, and each act is in a different tempo. Anyway, Blas reminded me, and I remembered how long we've known each other. We did a lot of projects together. I used to get Blas to play these crazy punk songs while I played bass, and we had a lot of fun, and we had a good friendship. And Blas was always a loyal guy. One of the most loyal friends you can ask for is Blas. Um, you wonder, does he go home and beat his wife and kids? Because he is so cool. And obviously he doesn't. But you got to think he's got to break at some point. I've never seen it. He couldn't
Mhm.
be a nicer person, and he's an incredible drummer. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of
He's
people,
really good. I realized by watching the video on YouTube someone uploaded, because I'm watching him, and I realized I don't think I ever watched any videos of him outside of Slaughter's music videos, which doesn't showcase what that guy does. He's like Vicky Fox. It's really fun to watch. Like, I'm such a drummer fan, and he's very, very good to watch, and he's got it. He's got it.
so I agree. I was looking at him for a while because Scott Coogan had a busy schedule over the years, and he was always trying to do as many things as he could. But there comes a time when Stephen wanted to have one guy be the drummer. It's difficult, as you know, being in a band when you change members,
Yep.
especially a drummer. The
Yeah,
dynamic can change.
it's totally different, and everybody, if they're worthwhile, which most, I try to play with people that are worthwhile. They bring something to the table, and it changes the dynamic. So the drummers are the biggest thing for me, though. They're just they make or break a band. If you don't have a good drummer, you don't have a good band.
And when you play music, you know what the drummer is going to do. You can learn. I could tell you drummers I've played with who we used to play a cover of the Bay City Rollers Saturday Night, and it has stops, and I always knew which drummers were going to play through,
Hmm.
and I knew who was going to hit the stops. As you play long enough, you start to predict what a drummer will do. And yeah, if you don't have one who's on the same page, you can get lost. You can train wreck all these things. Scott Coogan is a tremendous drummer. He's had
He's
a
good
great
too.
career,
He is good.
and but we needed somebody who was able to
But
commit.
they have two totally different vibes, and even the Will Hunt guy, all three of them are different. But I did enjoy watching Blas. It was cool to see.
I thought that Blas was the best addition for a lot of reasons. He's a great drummer first. He's a great guy second. Um, he also is multi-platinum. He's had a career, and I think he brings value to the band. He also looks great. I mean, the guy looks like he walked out of a Slaughter video. He hasn't
He
aged.
hasn't aged at all. What's going on? I need to find out. I need to get his
I don't know. I
serums.
asked him. He never gives me any secrets. And he eats whatever he wants whenever he wants. Now, I want to point out that Blas was a triathlete. He did the swimming
One.
and the running. I mean, he's run marathon. He is in shape. But at 11 a.m. at the airport, he's having brisket sandwiches. I
What?
can't do that.
I
I
hate
couldn't do
guys
that.
like that. God,
Mhm.
hate
He's
that.
that guy. Yeah, he's that guy. He can eat whatever the hell he wants. He has never taken a drug in his life, and he has
Well,
also never tasted alcohol
well,
in his
that's
life.
why he looks as young as he does. So
I
maybe
think
he
it
should
helps.
talk to Donnie V, and he can find it. It's like, you're the young
I
guy.
look like a full-fledged alcoholic, and I've barely drank either. We went out to dinner, and everyone was getting intoxicated. Not Steven. And me and Blas were the sober ones. I said, well, we're going to have to be the designated drivers. And because I don't have a license or know how to drive, that means you. But so anyway, I knew that he was a good addition. He was going to do a show with us in Illinois, filling in. And it was opening for Vince Neil. Well, Vince Neil's band is all Slaughter. And so I told Dana, I'm going to have your former drummer. A lot of people are saying, why is he not playing with Slaughter? That's between those guys. I mean, it ain't my problem. Um,
Yeah,
uh, I
that's what
know
I
that
asked too.
Dana,
I was like, that's just weird, but whatever. I
well,
get
you can
it.
see Slaughter open for Stephen Pearcy later this year.
Slaughter's
It'll
got
be
a
on.
great drummer too, and I'm not talking about Zoltan. I'm talking about the other guy.
His name is Jordan.
Zoltan is just a whole other level of just ridiculously. Like him
Not
and
a
him
fan.
and Michelangelo should start a band
Yes, called Ridiculous.
called Ridiculous.
Uh, but the Jordan is the drummer that they currently have, and he is very good. Although I will
Yes,
tell
sir.
you, he's starting to do some Zoltan shit. I heard reports from the crews that he was climbing over the drums and moving around and putting his legs up. Just play the
Never go
fucking.
full Zoltan. Never, ever
Never
do
go
it.
full Zoltan.
Never play the hi-hat behind your back. Like, don't do
No,
that trick. Don't do that.
no,
The Vicky
no.
Fox hi-hat elbow trick, you can do that. You got to have
Also,
class.
Blas is the guy. Every song that Slaughter plays in their set, except for the Led Zeppelin cover, was a song that Blas was a part of, and he never climbed around. So maybe you shouldn't climb around. But he's a very nice guy, and I've heard Dana's theory that I would be scared to take Blas out to do shows. Sometimes they're shitty gigs, blah blah blah. Maybe he wouldn't like it, and then I would lose the drummer that I have. Also, Blas will go do TSO. That's the trans orchestra, not judging. I don't think they're all trans, but he does that at the end of the year. So they were worried that if they lose this Jordan, someone will snatch him up. So I understand that. But people are, since we made the announcement, people on the internet are saying well, everyone is an expert. He's just filling in. He's just this. It's just a fun thing until. So I think I can answer this from Steven's mouth. He's the guy. Blas is in. And Steven said he could have all the gigs. After playing with him once, after soundcheck, the band all said it was incredible that how prepared he was. Everybody was really happy. And we made some changes. Johnny Monaco is now playing the Warren DeMartini parts, and Eric is playing more of the Robin parts. And so that was a little bit of a change to the dynamic, and then adding a new drummer. So we luckily had a really long sound check. It was a place called the Lava Cantina in a place called Colony, Texas, which is outside or a suburb of Dallas. And so we had a great sound check, great show. And so Blas is with us. He is going to do the TSO at the end of the year, not to be confused with the USO that Bob Hope did.
Yes.
But
Yes.
he does that at Christmas time. So if he is unavailable at Christmas time, someone will play those shows. And then when Christmas is over, he will be back and you can see him. And you can come and see him on the cruise with Slaughter on. And that's their dynamic. I'm friendly with everyone, as is Blas. So anyway, his first show went over very well. And there's a full concert on YouTube that people really liked. And so we had our first day off the next day. We almost never have days off. You know how that is. Very rare. We had a day off in San Antonio. We got up early. We flew to San Antonio. And I got an email from Tim Morrow, not to be confused with Vic Morrow, who had his head chopped off in the Twilight Zone movie, father of Jennifer Jason Leigh, I believe. I think I'm telling the truth on that. Mm-hmm. And I feel bad for the way I said that, but it's what happened. John Landis was in a lot of trouble with that Twilight Zone movie. Sean Clark on his channel, Malfunction, goes to the location of the it's an interesting one. It's a good episode. Yeah. So we got to this guy, Tim Morrow. He told me I'm the CEO of the zoo and the San Antonio Zoo, and I would like to invite you guys to take a private tour. And he says, and you're going to feed hippopotamuses, and you're going to feed giraffes, and you're going to pet a rhinoceros. My friend said, sounds like a threat. Sounds like they were threatening you. But I was interested, but I told him, well, we're going to go to the Alamo first. How far is the zoo from the Alamo? He said, it's 5 minutes, but I know the people at the Alamo. Emily was her name. Very nice woman. And she said, I will arrange to have an historian here for you, and they will show you the Alamo. And you are going to get a secret tour of the Alamo and see things that no one has ever seen. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing some people's stuff. So hold on, because it's rude. San Diego Live 8 has become a member. Tim Sheridan with the super chat. I appreciate all of you and didn't want anyone to think I'm not paying attention, but it is story time. At the 2-hour mark, this freezes up, and then Wednesday you'll host until I restart. Yes. This is what I'm using. My whole show is put together with strings, so and tin cans. So we meet this guy named Colby, and he had a big cowboy hat on, and he is an expert on all things Alamo. So when we got there, I wanted to show people the spot where Ozzy Osbourne relieved himself. I studied this. I learned that he did not relieve himself on the Alamo proper. He relieved himself on the cenotaph. I think that's the word, how you say that. It's a big statue, memorial statue, that is in the front towards the street, and he relieved himself. Stephen Pearcy told me that he was on tour with Ozzy Osbourne at the time, Rat opening for them. They said that he would dress as a woman and go out. He was ahead of his time.
Oh, there's videos of him. There's a music video where he's dressed like a woman by the pool, I believe.
And there's a lot of it. And there's a story that Sharon would hide his pants so he couldn't go out and get drunk, but he put on a dress. So I asked Colby to tell me the history. He did, and it's in the upcoming tour diary. Subscribe if you haven't yet. And then I asked him, and I said, and I have a follow-up question. And he said, okay. And I said, are we going to see the basement of the Alamo?
Mm-hmm.
He knew what I meant. Emily knew what I meant. The band, not so much. They were like not big Pee Wee fans, I guess. Mm-hmm. They were little. They didn't get it. So anyway, they assured me that there is a basement, even though they told Pee Wee there was not. There is a basement.
There is a basement.
Yes, but 2 basements, I believe they said.
Really?
But you can't see it. It's not on the tour. Huh. So we went into the Alamo. They explained a little bit of the history of the Alamo. We saw where Davy Crockett was shot and killed. They have a plaque in the spot that it's supposed to be. Look, this happened a long time ago. And Jim Bowie was also killed there. Cousin of Baba Booey.
That's also where Skid Row says in their Monkey Business song, thinking Bowie's just a knife. That's the little, see there?
That's right.
See?
I didn't think of that. Well,
Jim Bowie, Bowie knife, David Bowie. Come on.
He did invent the Bowie or Bowie knife, as the case may be. So anyway, we took a quick tour through it. Tim from the zoo joined us. And then they took us to the artifacts room where did Wednesday go? Oh, okay, you're back. I don't know what happened.
What happened?
I don't know. You're here. It's all right. That was strange. Anyway, so he took us to the private artifacts room where we had to glove up. All you kids watching should be gloving up. It's safer. But so we put on the gloves. Yeah. We put on the gloves. And then he was going to allow us to touch some of the most historic relics of all time. It's wasted on me because I don't even know what to tell you what I did. But I held muskets and I held guns. They were like this long and they were heavy and I held them. And the way it works is the guy would then present it to you and then you hold it and then you give it back to him and he gives it to the next person. You could not pass it to someone in your group, because if you dropped it, you would be blamed. If he drops it, it's on him. So you get a relic, you hand it back. You get a relic, you hand it back. Anyway, so I didn't really. For me, history is like, I want to see Jane Mansfield's like underwear or something. You know what I mean?
A musket. What's the musket going to do for you? You want to see the good stuff.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. But the other guys seem to like it. Who do you think asked the most ridiculous questions in our group?
Asked the most ridiculous questions? I don't know.
You don't know the group as well. But
I don't.
It was 100% Matt Thorne.
Oh,
Matt Thorne has got.
He doesn't know who this is. He thinks this is a Cookie Monster.
He doesn't know who Puffin Stuff is.
Yeah.
He had the most ridiculous questions. I got to show. He has this new thing. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. It's called an NFC, and then we got to get out of here at some point. But you might like these NFCs, and they might be good for you. I'll show you the technology. So anyway, and then Blas has some questions too. Blas is very serious. It was all wasted on me. But anyway, then they showed us a raccoon hat. I didn't want to touch a raccoon hat. I'm against the whole idea. But then they told me that John Wayne wore it in the movie The Alamo, and I said, "Give me that hat."
He did.
And so I this is the actual hat, as Indiana Jones said. Yeah, the real one. As Indiana
That's
Jones
pretty
said,
cool. That's why I have a coonskin cap.
Because of that movie.
Yeah, because the Duke. Well, also they're They're just fun to wear. People know you like to party if you wear a hat like that during business
Mhm.
hours. I've always noticed. Yes.
Dr. Jones said it belongs in a museum, and that's what I felt about a lot of this stuff.
It does
You know,
belong in a museum.
yeah, I'm like, only idiots in bands get to come back here and fondle this stuff.
I can't
They
believe that's
don't.
even still together. That should have deteriorated, and because my coonskin cap fell apart, and I only had it for a couple of years, and I bought it at a truck stop.
It's in rough condition. I mean, and it's kind of got something in it to hold it, and it mean, but it's there. They explained to us that Phil Collins had the biggest collection of Alamo memorabilia. Ridiculous.
Phil Collins,
Right.
the guitar player in Def Leppard.
No, the guy from Genesis, who I don't think is even American, but
No,
he
he's
had
not.
no. So he donated his collection, and I then said, during the tour, and they gave a long, serious thing, and I said, well, and they were saying that the collection goes back to 1800s, whatever the hell, and
Mhm.
I said, Phil Cullen. Oh, they said Phil Cullen was here of Def Leppard. And he took a tour of Phil Collins' stuff. And I said, I don't know if you know this, but Phil Cullen was in a band called Girl with Phil Lewis. And Phil Lewis was at the Alamo when it happened. And some people understood and some people did not.
It's a lot of
But
fields.
it was very interesting. So, but we had to get out of there because we had to get to the zoo. When we got to the zoo, we went to the guy has a house on the zoo property. He's got a house. He's the CEO. He should have a house. And then everyone had an adult beverage, except for me and Blas. And we went to feed the hippopotamuses. Uh, you have to wear a mask to meet the hippopotamuses because of one.
COVID.
I can't say the word because it's
Oh,
it's a
sorry.
trigger. One of the
Yes.
hippopotamuses got a very famous sickness that caused the pandemic, and now they have to be careful with human interaction with hippopotamus. And then we sanitize our hands, we put on our masks, and so you go to this giant pool, and you'll see this all in the video, and the hippos swim up, and there's some bars between you and them, but it's pretty close, and they just open their mouths, and you throw food in, and the hippos know that the food is coming at this time, and it was fascinating. I never thought I would. We gave them. I don't remember exactly what we gave them, but some leafy greens and sweet potatoes. They love sweet potatoes. They're cut up into little chunks, and then you throw it into their mouth, and then they just close that big giant hungry
See,
hippo
I would
mouth.
think to feed them, I would just dump a bunch of marbles in there.
That's see, because when we were kids, we were raised
I thought that's what they
knowing that
ate.
they're marbles.
Huh.
That we thought that they dined on marbles. I'm going to get to some of your questions in a minute. I'm not forgetting the audience, but I'm trying to get through the story. Although there is an outpouring of Zoltan sucks. Zoltan is awful. A lot of that. Zoltan will never be interviewed here. Vince sucks too.
Oh yeah, I saw one of those.
Zoltan's act gets old. Listen, I'm not here to beat up on Zoltan. I mean, I'm not a fan, but that doesn't mean anyway. So, and then we went and we fed giraffes, which was awesome. They like leafy greens also. We went and patted pet rhinoceroses. It was kind of lame. I mean, you put your hand through something, you tap them. They don't even. He says they feel it, but I don't think they felt a damn thing. But
Hmm.
it was cool. I mean, I could say I did it. I want to preface this all. I don't think it's preface. I want to conclude this all by saying I don't really know if I like zoos. When I was a kid, I enjoyed a good zoo. Now I wonder. You hear a lot of people treating animals badly at zoos. I did ask Tim Morrow, the CEO, are these animals being taken care of? Are these animals happy? Is this fair? And he assured me it was. And I did have all access to film. And it did look well, they looked well kept. And they did not look like, listen, the biggest pieces of shit in this world are humans. And they want to kill these things.
Hmm.
I told everybody on the tour that Ted Nugent, it's his fault. I said this in Texas. He screwed everything up for everybody.
He
You
did.
know,
He's the reason for all of this.
And Texas is the reason that the president's dead. If you listen to the Misfits, you know that.
Yeah. Ted
Um,
Nugent shot JFK.
allegedly, we can't
That's what I
we can't.
think.
Yeah, I think so too. But Ted Nugent has these beautiful pet dogs, and I said, how does he determine what is a pet and what you put a bullet in its head? And people get mad at me, by the way, Wednesday when I talk about this on here. Oh
Mhm.
my God, people get bent out of shape. I'm just saying.
Well, Ted Nugent was in the damn Yankees, so that's
Yes,
just you just got to hit them with knowledge. I don't know what
yes.
that means, but just let them know. Hey, yeah,
I don't. I understand animal population that they
hmm
will overpopulate and become a danger. I do get that. I
yeah,
do get that there people eat meat. I get it.
hmm
But I don't get trophy hunting, and I don't get
no,
people doing things and smiling while cutting an animal's throat or holding its head up. And for all of those Nugent fans who say he eats everything, that's not true. You're not eating an elephant. He takes pride and smiles while killing beautiful animals. My question is not that he hunts or that he eats; it's that he is so proud to cut Bambi's head off that he
yeah,
has to show.
he's just pompous about it and like, oh, this is what I do, and but you know what?
His music.
He wrote Cat Scratch Fever and
Yeah,
Stranglehold. So
but that's it. Everything else
yeah,
sucks.
yeah.
Wang Dang, Sweet Poontang, it all sucks.
But what
Uh,
about the damn Yankees?
Damn Yankees, I like.
That was a great ballad. Can you take me high enough? It really
Yes,
was.
and if you watch my channel, I filmed the Damn Yankees reuniting, and Ted Nugent was on the show at the time, and
Oh
he was
wow.
very
Okay.
he was very nice. I did
That's
not
right.
tell him.
I watched this. Yes.
I didn't tell him that he's a pussy and that he should fight a bear with a switchblade instead of hiding in a tree and shooting them. I didn't mention that to him because I was fearful of being assassinated. Um,
Yes. Yes.
but anyway, I
He
digress.
wears Crocs. How dangerous can he be?
True. Well, and he's 90. But
Yeah.
he was a pleasant guy. I just can't take pride in smile about killing things. It just doesn't sound like a good thing. Anyway, so we had a nice time, and then this guy Tim Morrow, the CEO of the zoo, he took us out to dinner. He didn't have to do that. He took us out to dinner. I believe the restaurant was called Soluna. It's one of the best Mexican restaurants. He had pull. No one else could get a table in this joint, and we had a you would tell them what you want, like, do you want meat or chicken or seafood? And then the guy would suggest the dish for you. That's not for everybody. But I did it. I said, I want to have a camarones, which is shrimp. And he made me this shrimp dish with a heel, a garlic sauce on it. And it was great. And I'm at a point in my life when I can trust the chef. Wednesday, you are not at that point. Um,
No, I don't trust anybody at
no,
all. No.
you need to
No, not even
choose.
myself. Not even myself. I can't.
If you would have seen these sauces that they came up with, there's no way. And
Oh.
garnishings, you wouldn't have done it.
Don't even like
Do
the
you like
word. It's
do you
weird.
like Mexican food?
I used to like going to Mexican restaurants just to drink margaritas and pretended that I liked the food. I don't really know if I've really even eaten. I would get like fajitas, but I
You've
don't.
never
You
had
don't.
a burrito, is that correct?
No, but I know what they are. So I saw this uh, breakfast burrito place here in Burbank. I'm gonna go try it. It
Mhm.
looks like it's just basically just a bag full of. They just fill it full of stuff. I didn't know this. I know
Mhm.
this sounds crazy, but I didn't know what a burrito was.
More people asking to be adopted by Wednesday.
Why
I
would
think
you want to be
Wednesday's
adopted by me?
out of the parental business.
Yeah, I
Um,
can't. Mm-mm.
all right, I'm trying to go through these contents. Anyway, at the show at the Lava Cantina, this woman was waiting outside the dressing room, and she said, "I brought a gift bag for you, and one for Johnny as well." And I said, "Okay." They were pretty big bags, and I said, and it was right before the show, and I was trying to get the stage set, and I said, "Do you want me to open it in front of you, or do you want me to just take it back and open it? You never know." And she said, "Oh no, you could take it back," but she said, "Be careful. There's something in it that is priceless and could be damaged." So I said, "Okay." So I was intrigued and I took it back. And sometimes people give me things that I don't necessarily need. or that are junk. This was the oddest bag. She wrote me a nice note. I'd like to read her note. Hold on, Wednesday. Talk for 2 seconds while I.
All right. All right, folks. It's just me and you now. Just me and you. I'm still curious to what Jason received in this bag. I don't know what it is. I'm hoping it's maybe the thing from Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I'm hoping this is what this lady gave you.
First of all, on a side note, I went to Portillo's. They opened a Portillo's in Texas. This is Johnny's favorite place.
I don't even know what this is.
I had the Maxwell Street and the Chicago hot dog. I don't think you would have either of those. But I brought the menu home. It's a souvenir. Anyway, this woman wrote this note to me. And she wrote a note to Johnny, and she told Johnny that she learned about him from my channel, which is great. And she gave Johnny a lot of bottles of alcohol. That's what she learned from my channel. Meanwhile, Johnny's a very social drinker. But anyway, I think it's okay to read this. She said, Jason, I wanted to thank you for all the wonderful shows you put on. I look with anticipation every day to see if a new show has been uploaded. I love the Road Diaries, but I really love when you just sit there and talk. You definitely have that special gift. Please never stop your shows. They are always the highlight of my day. And this is from Carol. And I'll just say her first name, Carol. How kind. So there was a thing in there that looked like a sex toy. It was a bubble wand. I don't really know why she gave me that.
Like a blowing bubble kind of wand thing? Like
yes, but it looked phallic, but you could blow bubbles. I couldn't take it home with me. I'm sorry, Carol, because it has fluid in it and you can't take it on a plane. I don't check a bag. I don't believe in it. So it went, a nice young person can blow it now. But then there was this, which is I think this is spaghetti. Pasta Abruzzes. I think he was a drummer for Pearl Jam. The Samola, whatever. This is spaghetti.
Okay.
I'm diabetic. I'm not even supposed to have spaghetti, but I'm going to have it. This is an Italian macaroni product made in Italy. I'm going to cook this up, and I'm going to put some good sauce on it, and I'll shoot enough insulin. I'm not sure what made her think of this, but again, it was nice. But then the Pierre de Resistance is this was very nice, and those were odd gifts, but sweet. But she made me this. I don't know what it's made out of, or I believe she commissioned it. She had it made, and that is my cat Bitsy right there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I'll get a solo shot of that because if this thing looks exactly like my cat Bitsy, even down to the tilted ear, her crooked ear. And I was really touched. And I didn't look at it too carefully until I got to my hotel. And I will be honest, it brought a tear to my eye. It looks like Faye is the name of the person who made this. And
that's cool.
Yeah, December 2023 is when Bitsy passed away. And it's just so beautiful. And it's a hard thing. It looks like a cookie from there, but it's it's
like
very beautiful.
Like porcelain or something? Is that what it is? Like a
I guess, or it's heavy. But what a sweet gift. And it restores your faith in humanity. You know, that people are so kind and that they just enjoy watching this show. But to make that for me makes me happy. I've had cats my whole life. Bitsy was the last cat that I had. And Bitsy was in my life for almost 20 years. All the relationships and the good times and the bad times. And we had to move and all these things. And to realize that you don't have a cat. You know, I to this day, I come home and look for my cat. I could be sitting here and I'm waiting for my cat. And it's hard. And then one day I'll get another cat. No one send me a cat. People threaten that. Every cat I've ever had, by the way, has just shown up at my door. And then I adopted them because they just showed up, or they were outside, or they were. Bitsy was gonna die. Her mother had passed away. She was in a tree, a bush, in a parking lot. And she had parvo, and she bounced back from all these sicknesses. And I had to remember at the end of her life how many times the doctor said this cat is finished, and she fought back. So what a great life, and what a
20,
sweet
20 years is a long time for a cat too. That's
long
crazy.
time. I think she made it to 18 or so, but it was incredible, and I really do respect the people who are so kind. This goes for Wednesday too. There's people who bring Wednesday gifts all the time. People don't need to do that. They're kind that they enjoy this, and it makes me happy that people care. So a lot of people, and Bitsy's been on the show a million times. She talked. She was a talking cat. Yes, the cat distribution will get you eventually. That is kind of um, how it happens. Okay, so some of whenever I stop to read, it's because one of Wednesday's fans might be annoying me. But we're okay so far. So, and if anyone in the comments is obnoxious, you can call them out, and then we can suspend them together. I'm trying to have a serious moment here. All right, I'm just going through these comments. Some of this shit we talk about all the time. A lot of your Wednesday questions, we've just heard so many times, and he answers them. I mean, Wednesday, you're fans sometimes. I mean, most of them are great, but Ron Jeremy chiming in on hunting, and all right. Sorry, Wednesday.
No,
I want to make sure.
I'm reading these comments too.
Yeah, if you see anything that you think is important,
Everyone's being okay now, I think.
okay. So anyway, I wanted to make sure that I thanked this person. So that was the next night. We were in San Antonio, Texas. We flew there. I already said that we were there, but day off. I had the King Suite. I had I forgot what they called it, and the reason I got the King Suite is Stephen didn't want to wait for the room to be ready. So I waited an extra 20, 30 minutes, and then I got the Taj Mahal of hotel room.
This is so funny. My band is messaging me now. I guess the schedule for Sick New World came out, and the reason I'm telling you this is because my bass player he's my favorite guy to pick on in the band.
Mhm.
Fun picking. He just said that he read our time wrong because he read the schedule upside down. I can't believe that's even possible. He thought
I
we were
didn't think.
he thought we were headlining.
Yeah, he thought you were going
Yeah,
on.
my band's like, no, bro, you got it upside down. He's like, oh, sorry, my bad. This is my band working hard.
Okay. All right. So the Oyster Bake was the big show. It was a massive festival, and it's a big deal. I joke about it, but it's a big deal, and it raises money for the college there. It was a big stage, good show, and they have a thing called chicken on a stick, and really, it's just like a chicken tender, or it's breaded,
It's a
and
kebab, basically. They just cook a piece of chicken like it just
they put it
kebab.
on a stick, and then they put
Yeah.
a jalapeno on top.
Okay.
I tried it; it was good. It probably needed some barbecue sauce or things. It probably needed a little flavor, but it was good. It was good. And then they brought us oysters. I asked them to bring us oysters, but you have to cut the oyster with a knife. It was hard to get them open. They looked gross, and I remember
Can't go there.
saying that I know that these are an aphrodisiac, and I was sort of looking forward to that. Instead I stuck to Viagra because it was just too difficult to get this stupid thing open. Johnny and Eric tried a little bit. I had to get on a plane early the next day. I know me, I'd have a massive boner all day because of eating one of these things, or I'd be sick to my stomach. I'm not sure which, but I didn't have the oysters at the oyster bake. When everyone says unmute somebody, I'm going to block all of you. I don't care. And I also don't like when people say, can I ask you a question? Just ask your question. If you ask me if you can ask it, it means it's going to be stupid. That's how that works. Just get right to it. Here's a good one. Cinderella Dam. Jason, when you hang out with Wednesday, do you call him Wednesday or by his real name? I thought his real name was Wednesday, so I don't know what you're talking about. I call him Wednesday. If I'm texting about him, maybe I abbreviate it to W13 or something. But
Or
I don't think I
Weds,
do.
W, any of that's easy to do.
Yeah, but his name is Wednesday. I used to work with Puck from the Real World, and his name is Puck. That's what he wants to be called. I'm not going to call him by anything but Puck. The only thing I learned was if you call his name in the grocery store or something, I go, "Hey, Puck." Everyone then looks and then goes, "There's the guy from MTV." I learned that at the festival. Somebody wanted to take a picture with Wednesday, and I said, "Oh, of course, I'll go get him." And as I call his name, I realized that that's not a common name, and other people are then going to look, and it's going to create a scene. It says you swallow the oysters whole. The problem wasn't swallowing it. The problem was opening the shell to get to the disgusting, slimy thing inside. I think I froze. Yeah. All right, Wednesday. It always happens at the 2-hour mark. You talk, and I'll be back. This is now the Wednesday. Waste some time with Wednesday 13. All right, Wednesday.
The world can be your oyster, so they say, but not for me. That just not into it. You guys, we've talked about my my food habits or my foods I'm just not into. I'm not into all these foods, especially oysters. The idea of that is just can't do it. Just seems odd to me. I watch people eat oysters. It doesn't appeal to me. Not even like I told you guys, I don't like salads either. I think a salad looks a little more appealing to me than oysters. I don't know. You'd probably have to put a gun to my head. Even if I was on the TV show Fear Factor and they were like, "Hey, eat this salad or eat this oyster and win like $1 million," I'd be like, can't do it. Not going to do it. Just wouldn't do it. That's just the way I roll. I would vomit. I would gag. I would psych myself out. Just don't think I could handle oysters or a salad. Just. But now you guys know too much. Now you're going to use it against me. You guys will be, my enemies will be bringing me oysters to the show now. So, looking at your comments here, someone says they've recently watched the movie I Come in Peace. This is not a pornographic film. This is I believe, a Dolph Lundgren movie. But I believe there is a movie called I Come in Peace that is pornographic. I'm sorry. Yes, you're back, Jason.
What happened while I was gone? I was watching it on the TV, and you sounded like George Bush. Not going to do it.
Not. I have been watching some George Bush 9/11 stuff this week, so maybe I picked up some.
I meant George Bush Senior. You're getting your scumbags mixed up.
That's right. That's right. He's not going to do it, and the son was just the dummy, just the idiot.
His son was a dummy. Yeah.
Yes.
It is political season, and I don't have much to say about that. Trust me, but I gotta. As far as social media goes, I don't even want to accept people's requests and all that stuff. It worries me. But when I see people talk politics and they insist they know more than someone else on either side, I gotta part with them. I don't want to spend the rest of my time reading people's political. It's depressing. It's ridiculous.
It is. And you get nothing out of it except an argument, and it's no good.
Yeah, it's no good. Rather eat a salad.
Oh, frog legs. Somebody says, oh, you know what? I would probably eat frog legs over an oyster. Just if you fried them up, because I would just pretend it was, you know,
chicken.
something else. Chicken.
Justin says what I tend to think: two senile old men battling to be president. I don't think he means us.
Oh yeah.
But we are in a stage where now someone named Boner asks,
Boner, like from Growing Pains.
which was the son of Walter Koenig from Star Trek. Did you know that?
Do you? I did not know that, but remember when Boner went missing and then they found him dead?
Well,
in real life,
in real
not
life,
in real life.
Yeah, he passed. This is an FMK, but it's just not even fun. I don't feel like doing it. But I'll tell you the names that he put up. It's just stupid. Yasmin Bleeth, Sharon Osbourne, and Laura Bush. Who cares? It's not fun.
That's not even fun.
It's not funny, and it's not fun. Okay.
Didn't Laura Bush, is she dead? Or is no, that's Mama Bush, the older Bush.
The one that looks like George Washington is dead.
Yes, I was going to say that. Yes.
Now, this one person who's a pain in the ass. I put her in a timeout. I'm thinking it's a woman. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they seem to be.
But they're asking the same question 50 times, and it's not. It wasn't funny the first time, and it's not going to be funny the other 50 times. So there was the first ban of the night. A ban. Can you imagine that? I hate to be the police. You know what I mean? I want to be an anarchist, but
yeah, the police. Nobody wants to be them. They only had a couple of good songs.
Lisa says her husband eats escargot at the Rainbow. I couldn't do that.
I thought that was like some sort of like car service. I didn't even know what that was.
Yeah, escargot is.
I see. It's a food. I thought that was like some sort of like a valet.
Do you know what it is?
I do. I'm playing silly.
No, I know, but I mean, not everybody knows.
I mean, actually, I probably don't. I know it's something I wouldn't eat. Is it like octopus eggs or something?
No, that's caviar.
Oh, okay.
It's escargot is snails.
That's what the jerk ordered in the movie, and they brought it out, and he said, "Could you bring something back that's not covered in snails?" Yes.
Kendall Lynn has been asking many times, can she draw something for Wednesday? Draw whatever you want.
Draw a slee stack.
There you go.
If you don't know what a slee stack is, look it up. It's not plural. It's not slee stacks. It's slee stack. Beware of slee stack. One word.
Skylar just says, just draw it already. Everybody gets it. Just do it.
Just draw it. Draw a police composite like sketch of as if like of us.
There
like
you go.
Like we're,
he's commissioned you to do it. But by the way, thank you, Angie, from being a channel member. I don't know if I got that one already, but if I didn't, who cares? It's okay to say thank you again. And AZ, another loyal channel person. Sorry, off topic. Do you rate European Vacation above the original? Rewatched it last week and I forgot how good it was. This is a tricky question. This is controversial now. Now we're talking serious stuff here.
Let's get into it because I have feelings about both of the one and two are excellent.
I have an order.
They're all three great.
I have an order for the vacation movies that I think is from my favorite to my least favorite. I hear most people say they don't like European Vacation. Now, there's a lot of people who only know Vacation from Christmas Vacation. That's really where they discovered it. Christmas Vacation is the most different of the vacation movies. They don't go on a vacation. It is still written by John Hughes. It's based off a John Hughes story. And it has some elements, but it's also the most PG. It's the first time we don't see Beverly D'Angelo's rack. The language is modest. It's a PG-13 probably.
About as close as they get is the girl in the department store. It says, "You can see I'm wearing this."
Can't see the line, Russ.
Can't see the line. Yes.
That's the most risque thing. Other than that, it's toned down quite a bit. But so people are learning about vacation from Christmas Vacation. A lot of people. I belong to Christmas vacation groups on Facebook during Christmas time. I like to read about other people's opinions, but those people all hate European vacation, which I find odd. And most people don't even know there is a Vegas vacation. So, Wednesday, I'll let you go first. What do you think of all this?
I kind of like them in order, I
I'm with
guess.
you.
I
I'm
mean,
with you, Wednesday. Yeah,
I guess that's, I mean, yeah,
that's
I
what
kind of
God
like them in
intended.
order.
Yep, that's what
They're
God
all
intended.
three great, and they're all three great for different reasons. And they're all, I saw them at different times in my life. When I'm not as big of a Christmas person as you are, but I was back when my daughter was younger and I could be Santa Claus. And I used to call myself Clark Griswold around the house because I was so into it. But yeah, I like them in order, 1, 2, and 3. That's
There's four.
if I
Don't
had to
forget
rank them.
Vegas. Don't forget Vegas. There's
Vegas is
four.
good. It's not. I haven't seen it as much as the other ones, but I saw that one in the theater.
Wow.
Uh, yeah, I did see that one in the theater.
The first vacation is such a classic, and it sort of reminded me about taking family trips and everything going wrong.
Hmm.
I've been on many of those where things went bad. I didn't have siblings, and my father wasn't as fun loving as Clark Griswold, although he tried. And as I got older, I sort of wanted to be Clark Griswold. I don't have children, but I date inappropriate, and so I wanted to. I've always been crazy about holidays and things, and as most people who watch this show know, my theory is that we'll all be dead soon, and you got to live it up while you can. That's part of my 10-year plan. I'm working on a book about my 10-year plan very soon. You have to live 10 years to have a 10-year plan. But First Vacation
Yes.
is such a classic, R-rated movie,
Hmm.
and quotable, and it's become part of my life. The second movie, European Vacation, I think is very funny, and I've shown vacation movies to people who've never seen them, and
Hmm.
a lot of them love European Vacation because it is
That's
kind
great.
of ridiculous.
It's excellent. I like it more because I've been to Europe a lot now, and
Hmm.
that makes I can appreciate it. We used to watch it all the time when we would get to Europe. I think even named one of my tours the European Vacation Tour.
Hmm. How to Make Cheese channel that there's only 2 or 3 channels on is great.
Yeah,
Big
there's
Ben
quotable stuff
Parliament.
in that too. Like, hey, Dad, that's the haircut I want. Come on, Russ, you don't want to look like a rooster now, do you? Was that, or was that in part one, or is that?
I
I
think
think
that's
two.
that's either. I think that's two.
I think that is two.
Yeah, that's not what.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna porker
Porker.
his
Yeah,
character.
yeah.
Uh, I met Rusty from that movie, and he wrote, "Dad, I think he's gonna porker" on my
Oh,
poster.
really?
Mhm.
That's pretty cool.
Jason Lively, also from the movie.
Night of the Creeps.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew he was in a horror movie, and maybe he's in the other one with Chris Sarandon. Is he in that too? Fright
I'm
Night.
not.
I might be wrong.
No, no, no. He's not in that I remember.
Okay, you would know.
I don't
You're
think so.
very
I've seen both of those recently on TV. I don't think he's in that.
okay. Night of the Creeps, though. That is his horror
Yes, yes.
movie. So
Mhm.
those are big part. When I worked for MTV for the Real World London, and we had to do a scene on the where you go across the London Bridge, and as we were going past Big Ben apartment, I said I can't get left, and oddly enough, the guy driving couldn't get left, and we did circle, and I felt so
Huh,
proud of myself to say it until the 15th time I said it. Um,
interesting.
then I enjoyed Christmas Vacation. When it came out, I was disappointed by it. I said, "This isn't really a vacation movie," and I thought it was a little stupid. Um, it's grown on me, and any Clark Griswold is better than no Clark Griswold for me. And now I've grown on it, and I'm glad it's become a tradition at the holidays. It's a little different than other holiday movies. And then Vegas Vacation, I shot a location video where I went to every location from Vegas Vacation, and I'm going to release that soon, and you'll get to see it before. And most of the locations have already been torn down. Some are in the process of being torn down, and I'll show you. It has good laughs in it, and it's popular to hate the Vacation reboot. I like it. Have you seen it?
Is that the one with
Ed
I didn't even
Helms.
know it existed. and someone told me I need to see it. I've seen a
Ed
little bit
Helms.
of it. I need to watch it.
Ed Helms plays Rusty, all grown up. Christina
Hmm.
Applegate plays his wife, and yeah, is it dumb at times? Sure, but it's
I'll watch it. Yeah,
I
I didn't even
enjoyed
know it.
it.
I didn't even know it existed. So yeah.
I think you would like it. Okay, so thank you, Az. Good question. Carol Williamson is here. Carol Williamson, thank you for the super chat. Carol is the person that commissioned this beautiful,
Oh, cool.
sorry, Bitsy thing, and she says, "I'm happy you like the rock of Bitsy. That is a rock. My sister Faye made that. The reason for the pasta was I thought I heard you say that Italian was your favorite food. That's my favorite pasta. Well, Italian is my favorite food, and I'm gonna cook it. I promise. And yes, it's a rock. It's better to be a rock than to be a roll, or whatever they say. And there it is. So thank you, Carol, and thank you for watching. I appreciate it. What you really did make my trip and restore my faith. I love meeting everyone who watches the show. I don't hide, even though I've gotten death threats before. I don't that the police had to deal with. One day I'll tell that whole story. I don't want to encourage others to be that stupid.
You don't want to, get any copycats. That's what happened with the
No,
Zodiac killer.
that's right. And I'm not looking, but
Mhm.
I do love to meet everyone. And I tell you, the good outweighs the bad. Every now and then you meet a scab member of a shit band, and they don't like you or don't like that you're in their picture. But when you meet the people who watch this channel, and I'll tell you, we're closing in on 18,000, on the way to 4 million views. Anyway, speaking of movies, this is Sean, who I told you is really so kind. Thank God Johnny's not here. If Johnny was here, he would backdoor all my money. He would have everyone Venmo him secretly, and they're probably doing it right now. But when he's here, he undercuts. He's an undercutter. I'm sure he's watching, although he probably fell asleep. It's been 2 hours, 16 minutes. Speaking of movies, I just saw in the news today Jack Nicholson's 87th birthday. Do either of you have a favorite movie starring Nicholson? I'm sure we both have the same answer. I can't imagine there is any different answer. And
It's
I think we would
the
both
Shining.
say
The Shining. The Shining.
The Shining.
Uh, I would say secondly, I enjoyed him as the Joker. I thought that was excellent as well too.
I would say The
Uh,
Joker is probably next, and that was an important movie in our growing up.
mhm.
And
That's
I'm
probably
not
my
a
two
giant.
favorites for me. But he's kind of one of those actors like Harrison Ford. Like almost everything he does is like good,
Yeah,
or he's good in it.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is also
Hmm.
big time, big Jack acting. So I'm sure Chinatown would be on a lot of people's lists. I'm not a big Nicholson drama guy, but that's why I would say,
The Departed, that was an excellent one.
oh,
Hmm.
huge. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but it's a big movie.
Good. I've never seen Chinatown.
Yeah, so someone in
Huh.
the comments mentioning it. Yeah, I see now.
Hmm.
I didn't even realize that there was a show going on here. Uh, um, Monster featuring Christina Scabia is too good. That's a Wednesday song, isn't it? Wednesday.
It is a Wednesday song. We've never played that song live. We've only did it in the studio. I forget about that song sometimes.
It's one of your most popular on Spotify,
Is
and
it?
if you go to Spotify and if you just say Spotify, play me Wednesday 13, that's like in the top 3 or 4,
Interesting.
um, and that's why I know it so well.
Huh.
Okay, are people? I'm trying to see. Are people fighting? If they are, I'm happy to.
I don't know. I don't see anybody fighting, but
Jet says thank you for tonight. Uh, Kendall Lynn would like to draw you a koala. And is that okay, Wednesday?
I sure go ahead.
Yeah. Instead of a slee stack.
Okay. They're one and the same, I guess.
Okay, I'm taking a look at everybody's best 80s, best boobs in 80s sex comedy. I would say Betsy Russell from Private School. It's a good boobs.
Mm.
There are no other boobs than the boobs of Phoebe Cates, in my opinion.
And just one of the guys.
Oh God, yeah, Wednesday.
Those two.
Jeez. Phoebe
Those
Cates
two.
may be more famous, but Joyce Heiser's Rack is incredible. If only we could motorboat that rack. You know, she's 60 something years old, and I'm telling you, I sent you the picture.
Yeah,
She is
she
super.
looks. Yeah, I was. What about what's her face from Police Academy? The tough cop.
Leslie Easterbrook.
Mm-hmm.
That one, but does she show the full rack? I don't
I
think she
believe
does.
she does. She show her boobs in part one? I thought she did.
I'll have to look back. I thought maybe she had a brassiere on.
Maybe. Yeah, I think she had a very, very stern brassiere. I believe you're right.
Yeah, but someone is saying Police Academy boobs, so maybe I'll have to see it. Has Wednesday ever seen Rad? I don't remember the answer. Wednesday, did you see Rad?
Yes, I saw it along. I haven't seen it recently. I saw it back when it was a new movie.
Mhm.
But yeah, I got it mixed up with BMX Bandits and the other
Right.
bike movies.
Rad held up. I got to tell you, I saw it in the theater, and it wasn't as dumb as I thought. Yeah, the Send Me an Angel scene's a little ridiculous. But for those of you who are fans of the interviews on this show, my interview with David Sterry came out on Friday, and hear him talk about real life. Hear him talk about going to the Teen Wolf 2 premiere. I mean, you want quality. That's it right there. They say it was a white bra. That's kind of what I remembered.
Yeah, I think maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part.
Did
Oh, someone said they're talking about the new Dr. Pepper creamy coconut flavor. Yes, I have heard about this.
I can't imagine you would like that.
I I'm gonna try it.
All
Creamy
right.
coconut. I like coconut. Let's try it.
I mean, I'll try it too. Maybe we'll try it on the show. I was thinking about buying a case of Reggie bars, Reggie Jackson's candy bar. They re-released it for a limited time,
What?
and I was going to send one to everyone I know,
Hmm.
and then on the show we all try the Reggie bar. You can't imagine you ever had one, have you?
I don't even know what it is.
So Reggie Jackson played for the New York Yankees in the '70s, probably the early '80s. He was a controversial player. He kind of was a hothead. There's a documentary about him. He played during the Son of Sam era in the Bronx when that was a
Was he the guy
massive.
that was he the one in Naked Gun
I think he was in the Naked Gun movies. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
that tried to kill the Queen of England at the ball game and Frank
And he
Drebin
was an
has to
android. He
see
was an
him?
android or something. Yeah, that's him.
See,
Uh,
I do
uh,
know who. I will gladly eat a Reggie bar now. It's the
mhm.
Naked Gun bar.
The Juice, OJ himself, should have played the killer, but uh,
Yes.
he's no longer with us. But anyway, it's a round candy bar. It came in an orange wrapper. It was very popular in New York because he was a New York Yankee, and it's kind of like a round Baby Ruth, kind of. But you got to try it.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think there's anything in it that you wouldn't like. It tastes like a chocolate and nut candy bar. But anyway, I'm going to send them, and we're all going to try
All
the
right.
the Reggie bar. They call him Mr. September. He was actually Mr. October, but why not? When are the F umbrellas out for sale? Good question.
Probably by the end of next month or middle of next month, we'll have them going. Maybe even
Yeah.
sooner than that. I don't know. I think they're pretty much ready to go. I just had to get the right one. We're basically the ones you'll see I'm using this weekend. We're just making a little change to it, getting the color right on it. It's just a middle finger with my logo and the F word on it. So yeah, I believe
Yeah.
they're almost ready to go.
That is going to be a hot item, and
Yes.
rainy season is here.
Someone see OJ's in. You know what? I watched a reenactment of the OJ murder today, which I've never seen before. And this guy said, I found this very interesting, said that OJ or whoever killed these people, which we probably know was OJ,
Mhm.
said that when
Allegedly.
he initially attacked them, he hit her and then hit the guy, and they both fell down. And then when he went back and picked the dude up, this is what the guy said he picked him up by his neck with the knife like a fork, is what he said. Picked him up like a fork, like lifted him up. I'm just like, pretty strong dude had to do that. I could imagine someone like OJ doing that, but he's not here now to ask if he did it. He's maybe
I,
in heaven trying to find the killers.
I think Wednesday just applauded OJ's work. Um,
I didn't applaud, but I heard he used him as a fork, and I was like, that is a visual there. Maybe it's a new song.
Yeah, he
Like
is
a
looking
fork.
for the. I am going to continue his search to look for the killers. He died here in Las Vegas, and so I'm going to head down to the golf course tomorrow and pick up the search where he was looking.
I read a story the other day that said that the cancer that killed him claims that he didn't kill him. Now he's just like OJ. That's what I saw, but I don't know if
His
that's real.
cancer is looking for the real.
His cancer
killer.
is looking for the real killer, is what I've heard.
Do you have OJ memorabilia? I do. I have an 8x10 signed by
Really?
OJ and Al Cowlings from their college football years.
That's
And
crazy.
pretty crazy. And I did meet OJ and have a conversation with him. He told me he had pink eye at the time and that I shouldn't stand too close to him.
Oh, that's right. You told me that. That's great. That's
ridiculous. My mother was ashamed of me. Not the first time. But my mother's a fan of Wednesday 13.
good. Good.
Yeah, that she's okay with. That is some Michael Myers shit. I want to talk about Michael Myers for a minute, our Lord and Savior. We talk about enough. I went to a website called Trick or Treat Studios, and I decided that I wanted to buy some Halloween candles because Halloween's coming soon, and I like the smell of fake pumpkin candles and things, and I want it in my house all the time. I go to a Bed Bath and Body Works. What's it called? You know that place.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and I like to buy this one called pumpkin, pecan, or pecan, depending on where you're from, waffles. And I put that in what's called a wallflower, and then it smells the whole house up like that. I like it. So I take screenshots of things that I want. You probably do that too. And then I forget about them, and then 5 years later I look through it. So I figured I was going to get these little candles that would be about this big and this tall, and they come in a tin can because that's what candles do. And I'm learning about false advertising. Now, I'm sure, had I read the fine print, it had the dimensions, but I thought I was getting a normal size candle, like that high, that round. This is what I got. This is like a shot candle.
Yeah, that's like those cards you ordered.
It's
everything's miniature. Everything's miniature.
And well, the cards was from Fright-Rags. And same thing. I looked at the cards. The cards. Hold on.
Oh, that looks like shoe shine.
It looks like shoe shine or pomade.
Yeah.
Here's the cards. This was supposed to be a case of wax packs. There's no wax. There's no pack. I mean, I'm glad I have it. I like Halloween, but this was false advertising. This is even more ridiculous. I like the top. It has Nick Castle as Michael Myers.
Yeah.
This is $6.99 though retail. For $6.99, I feel like it should be a little larger.
For $6.99, that should be a Rob Zombie candle.
Yes, yes, 100%. And it smells nice, but you can burn this for 5 minutes. Maybe you put this inside a pumpkin, and then
maybe you could do it like that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of things to do. I ordered 600 of these.
Maybe you can shine your shoe with it. You try to shine. Yeah.
For Halloween Wednesday, you're going to be getting this in your stocking, your Halloween stocking.
I'm into it.
Yeah, you're easy to shop for Wednesday.
I am.
Angie points out we're halfway to Halloween. Way Cool Jr. Jason, is anything specific? I always have trouble with that word. You want fans to get for you? Let us spoil you. It's very kind. I off the top of my head, I can't think of something. I should make an Amazon wish list. I've thought about it. I just hate to ask. People are so kind that I don't want to seem like I'm just looking for things. But
I did the Amazon wish list on my Patreon page, and it turned out really good. I got a lot of this stuff you see in here is from a couple years of that. Usually just for my birthday, people would send me a bunch of stuff on my birthday, and I would get, a ton of stuff.
I think Way Cool Jr., my memory is correct, is a hot chick. And I don't mean to be petty, but I think she's a hot chick.
All right.
AZ says send him cash. AZ sends me cash quite a bit, and I appreciate it. Speaking of cash, pretty soon I got to get rid of this. This is a pretty cool thing, and it's just sitting here waiting to go. It looks the resemblance to me is striking. I'm an easy person to parody. You have to have black hair, black clothes,
Yeah.
and black glasses. I don't wear my glasses on the show. I think I look cooler without it. But everyone tells me that the glasses are my thing, and that I should be wearing them. I'm ruining my thing. And spectacle eyewear. How professional I am! Just crinkling this goddamn broadcaster. Anyway, made me a new pair of glasses. What are your collectible holy grails? Well, I'll tell you mine first. Funko made a limited edition Freddy Funko convention exclusive pop. I think there's only like 50 of them, and they were going for like $2,000. I think now they're up to like $1,000. But it's Freddy Funko dressed as a Ramon, and he's playing a Most Right guitar, and so I do want that. I don't think I'm ever going to get it, but I do like that. Wednesday, what are you looking for?
A lot of the same stuff. I mean, I don't try to ask for anything too crazy. But I am looking for the cartoon Inhumanoids. Over here in the corner, you can see kind of like right there, maybe in that area. I have some these Inhumanoid toys, and they made these toys. They're like maybe they're 18-inch. They made 3 of them. They made one named Metlar, which I have, one named Decompose, which is this kind of I don't know, like a vulture that has a rib cage you can open up and he puts people inside, which is super cool. And then one named Tendril, who's like a green monster. I'm after Tendril and Decompose. And they are,
Wednesday's
yeah,
way more prepared. Yeah, he's more
yeah.
prepared.
Those are 2 things I'm looking for. I see them occasionally. Oh, they're $100 a piece, $120 a piece. If you find them in the box, they're a lot more. But those toys are really cool, and they were made by the same people that did GI Joe, and they were trying to make that cartoon carry on, and it just didn't catch. But I thought it was awesome.
Well, people start looking. I wasn't implying that someone should go out and buy me that, Ramon. I don't want to think. You give me whatever you want. I'm always grateful. I'll even eat the spaghetti. Okay.
Someone said I should make a song about Decompose. I
I think
did.
that's been done. Yeah, he's done it.
Did.
I saw Wednesday 13 in the airport in Brisbane. Well, I hope he was nice. I hope he said hello. I bet he was.
I saw you in the same airport. I know who that is.
Oh, you do? Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a stalker, are they?
No. This fan has dolls of us actually.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
And okay, somebody says Blas Elias is such a great addition. I absolutely. If you get a chance to come out and see a Stephen Pearcy concert, make sure you see it. We were going to talk about M3 maybe before we leave. If you'll indulge me, Wednesday we'll talk about the M3 lineup, and you tell me if it's anything you like on there. Have you played M3?
I have not. Honestly, I think this Vegas thing is probably the first festival thing we've ever done in America recently. We do like Download Festival in Europe and Bloodstock and did some of those things, but this will be like the first thing. So no, there's a lot of festivals.
People are scared of your music, Wednesday. A lot of people think it's heavier or crazier than it's good rock and roll. But people get tense. You should be on the cruise. You should definitely be at M3.
I would love to get on that Monsters of Rock cruise. I saw they added a bunch of bands onto that. Yeah, I would love to do that. I think we would fit well. I'm sure it'll eventually happen.
You know what? Let me say real quick to the Wednesday 13 fans watching. You guys are very passionate, and you guys you promote, and sometimes you talk a lot and spam. Go to Facebook and go to the Monsters of Rock cruise page. There's a forum, a page, and tell them that you want to see Wednesday 13. And you know what? Tell them as often as you want. Everyone, if you really do want to see Wednesday 13, or if you want to see a tour diary of me on a cruise with Wednesday 13, I think you should do it. And I think we can talk into them. Blas on the Stephen Band is going to be epic. It already is. It's great. Jason, I want to thank you and Johnny for the guitar picks. Of course, thank you. I'm glad that people care. You know, I can't be friends with people who are assholes. We all have people in our lives who are assholes, but Johnny Monaco, Wednesday, Sean, everyone is personable and happy to say hello to people and grateful that any of us have an opportunity, because I don't know if it wasn't for this world, this business of show, what the fuck we would be doing. So I'm speaking for both of us. Yeah, we're grateful and we thank that you support what we like to do. Okay, let's take a look at this M3 festival and see if it's any good.
I don't even know what
Starting
M3.
with day
Okay,
one.
yeah, that's one of the. Okay, yeah. Let's see.
So we're going to start at the bottom of Saturday, May 4th, which is my mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. As a present, I'm not going to make you not have to sit through this nonsense. So something called Soundcheck Rock Academy Band. That's probably some kids getting their first crack on the big stage.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Next is
Child's Play.
Well, Van Halen, I don't need. I don't care. Child's Play is one of the bands from back in the day. They might be.
I know them very well, and I wonder, how are they doing this every year? Are they in with someone there? Are they part of it? Because this is the third time I've seen Child's Play on this.
I think they live in the area. I think that's where they're from. Like Kix. Kix is retired, but I think they're from that area. And I think this is pretty much the only thing they play for the most part. Like, but it is strange. Next is Aldo Nova. I remember Blood on the Bricks.
I remember the Fantasy song. What
Fantasy.
a cool intro. What a cool intro. When I was a kid, I didn't know what I was listening to. That was the craziest thing ever.
I always thought that it was Billy Squier or ELO. I never realized it was him. I'm looking forward to seeing him because I've never seen him. Next up is Doro Pesh. And I like Doro. She was on the show. She was incredible. One of the most honest interviews I think I've ever had. You know, very honest about her life and just a cool woman and a cool person, I should say. Woman, it would be, that's pigeon towing or whatever it's called. Anyway, and her drummer is Johnny D of Britney Fox. I don't know if you knew that.
I met them together. I was more excited to meet him because of my glam rock roots. She was cool too, but you know, I was like, Britney Fox.
Me too. Yeah, I'm with you. Then next up is Lynch Mob, which I believe is the band, not an actual mob that Lynch is. I always like George. I'm always happy to see him. One of the best interviews on this channel as well. Next up is Quiet Riot. And, you know, I've seen it a million times. It's good. You know, I think Carlos Cavazzo should be in it. I'm outspoken about that. I don't think it's crazy, but okay, they can't work it out. So we'll get what they have. Johnny Kelly of Typo Negative fame is the drummer for Quiet Riot.
Pearl.
Jizzy Pearl. Alex Grossi plays guitar, and Rudy Sarzo, the only actual member of Quiet Riot, is in the band. And Johnny Kelly also played that tribute to Ben Graves show that we talked about earlier with Alex Kane. So we can play the 6 degrees of Wednesday.
True.
Next up is Last in Line, which is Vivian Campbell of Def Leppard now, but of Dio, of course. Vinny Appice of Dio. Phil Soussan, who wrote Shot in the Dark, Ozzy's bass player. And then Andrew Freeman, a friend of mine, singing. And they've all been on the show, I think, almost all of them. And I got to get Vivian Campbell to sign my Funko Pop. I have a Vivian Campbell Funko Pop.
Really?
And I'm going to bring it with me and get it signed. Next up, Stephen Pearcy of RATT. In my opinion, that is the true headliner. He sold more records than all of these other bands. RATT, of course. And then after that is Pink Floyd. Queensryche. And
is Queensryche with the Todd vocalist guy?
I like to make fun of him, but he's very, very nice.
I don't know him. I just know I thought there was 2 versions, or maybe that's Jeff Tate. I'm not a Queensryche fan. People with Queensryche shirts used to pick on me when I was in school, so I just never liked them.
I'm with you. I'm with you. It's not for me. Also, Jeff Tate and Chris DeGarmo wrote the songs. Neither one of them's
Mhm.
in the band. So I don't
You know
know.
what? One of the greatest things I don't even know if it's on YouTube anymore, but Jeff Tate had like a EPK video. I don't know, 12, 13 years ago when he went solo. And it's one of I watched it so many times. It was so funny. And it's like he's like on a motorcycle and he's like he has this motorcycle, goes on the road, and he's like, "Did you see that? Check it out again." And they show him ride it's like a Bowflex commercial. It's amazing. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
A lot of people. Good night, Kendall Lynn. I bet you she's not gone, but we'll say good night anyway. She'll be back. She'll be back. They never let us disappear. You think Queensryche sold more than Rat? No, I don't. I think Rat sold more than Queensryche. In fact, I'm telling you that Rat sold more than Queensryche.
Yeah, Queensryche had a moment there, but
Yes, they were nominated for a Grammy
Mhm.
for one of those Pink Floyd songs. But
Mhm.
by the way, I'm not scared of Michael Wilton beating me up. That's why I can say these things. He's not full grown height. Anyway, I see these guys and they look right through me. I'm friends with one of their techs, but they have no interest and they are boring. They're boring. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. We've done these shows where it'll be like Striper and Stephen Pearcy, and then then Queensryche, and then Tesla. And Striper, you can sing along. Stephen Pearcy, you can sing along. Tesla, you can sing along. And Queensryche, you could get a good nap in. And I'm sorry, it's my opinion. You know, we don't all have to like the same things, but no Jeff Tate, no Queensryche. That's just me. And listen, I'll be
I
honest with
think
you.
I think Queensryche has one of the best names to say with a redneck accent. Back when I was in North Carolina, people say Queensryche. Oh man, Queensryche's my favorite, man.
Mhm. How many tours did Queensryche headline arenas? Not as many as Rat, I promise you. Um,
No,
and Rat had a long career, but okay. I told Steven, I think this is the better spot because by the time Queensryche goes on, everyone will be ready to go home and go to sleep. All right, now let's look at date 2. I won't be there,
what
but
is Dee Snider doing hanging out with Brett Michaels now? He retired and now he's just doing shows with Brett Michaels on his private jet. I mean,
Stephen
what are you
Pearcy
doing? What are you
turned
doing,
that.
Dee?
I'm going to say right now here publicly, Stephen Pearcy turned that down. He,
Yeah.
yes. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but he turned Brett Michaels down. He didn't
Brett
want
and
to.
Dee both are super nice people to me. Brett's
Very
been
nice.
very cool to me. Dee as well. I just thought it was weird. Dee's like, I'm done doing music, and then he's like, oh, well, now I'm Brett Michaels' band, and so,
Well,
well, we
Twisted
know what's happening. We know what's happening.
Twisted Sister is going to tour next year.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't guarantee it, but it sure sounds like it.
Well,
Anyway, they're gonna.
I'd like to see it again.
I love
I think,
them. I want to
yeah,
see it too.
Dee is still great, and they're still one of my favorite bands ever.
Me too. It was my first heavy metal cassette, and I'm a fan. And Eddie Ojeda, a friend of mine, and I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, so let's go look at the bottom. Something called the Sun Dogs. I don't know what that is. You?
No, don't know the Sun Dogs.
Well, what about Pretty Boy
Oh,
Floyd?
I know Pretty Boy Floyd.
Hmm. Yeah, you played
Uh,
with them before, have you?
we did the Glam thing in Australia with them.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and I had a history with them. Christy was my booking agent.
Mhm.
I think I told you they actually asked me to write a record for them at one point. I was talking
That's
to them
right.
guys, but yeah, so I got a history with them. It's pretty crazy.
Somebody says that Brett equals worst wig. But yeah, I got to be honest with you. There's a few
No,
wigs.
oh no, there's a lot worse wigs. Trust me.
Yes, in fact, one of them we might have just saw announced. But I think that Brett looks fine. I mean, yeah, maybe he's a little follically challenged. I don't know. I
He
heard
said
that when
that
he was.
someone asked him about his hair one time, and he said he had the best hair that money could buy, is what
Right.
he said in some interview. So,
I heard that when he was in an accident, he had some damage to his head, and that his hair didn't grow back over the scar. That's one story. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that. I don't know. Listen, some people are follically challenged. It happens.
I don't know why his movie Letters from Death Row was not like the biggest movie of all time.
I never saw it.
I didn't either, but I still wonder why.
Yeah,
it just seems so good. Charlie Sheen, the connections there. I mean,
somebody says that Queensryche headlined arenas in 91 and 95. I'm sure they were half-filled arenas, and Ratt was headlining arenas from 84 on. And I can't imagine there was arena in 95 when grunge won that they were playing. But hey, somebody says Ace Frehley, worst wig. I don't think everyone.
You told me that. I didn't even think about it. And then now when I watch videos, I'm like,
You didn't have to rat me out with 2 T's, but
so.
But yeah, Ace Frehley's wearing a wig. I mean, whatever.
All right.
Steel Panther, worst wig. Well, Ralph is not wearing a wig. That's Ralph's hair. Give him that. Anyway, let's get back to the point. I got so sidetracked. Cold Sweat. Do you know what Cold Sweat is?
I do know Cold Sweat. I had their cassette. I did a show as Wednesday 13 when I first started, and the lead singer of Cold Sweat booked us in North Carolina. I believe his band played. I don't know what they were called, but yeah, I'm familiar with Cold Sweat. And I remember it not being, wasn't Mark Ferrari in that?
Mark Ferrari is the guitar player for Cold Sweat. That is true. He was in Wayne's World. And
Chris McLernon from Saigon Kick.
That's right. And the singer's name is Rory, I believe.
That would be the North Carolina guy, I think. He's got a great voice, powerful voice.
I'm told he has an incredible voice, and he still has it. I saw a little bit. Someone says Chips Enough, they believe, wears wigs. I would have to believe that, too. The next band is Faster Pussycat, which we've talked about a bit. And, yeah, people like them. I get it. Y&T, I'm not a fan. I bet Wednesday is, though.
I'm not. Nope.
Y&T
and TNT. Didn't get into the and bands.
No, I think I like TNT better than Y&T. I don't know. And I don't know.
I think I thought they were the same. And I just thought they were, I must have heard them both and went, neither one of them are doing much for me. I didn't like Black and Blue either.
No, I'm not. I'm kind of with you. I mean, I gave some exceptions here and there. But no, okay, so it's a no Y&T on both of us. Someone points out that Michelangelo is a walking wig. Wednesday and I saw him, and we couldn't tell.
Yeah,
there was a lot of wigs at that festival that we were at, I think.
There was some. That was interesting.
Yeah. Next up is Striper, who I like.
Love Striper. Still good, consistently good.
I got into Striper much later in life. And also knowing them. And I could say that they're friends, especially Oz Fox. We've known each other. We've worked together. Someone asked us when we were in Texas, so are those Striper guys really Christian? He thought that maybe they were like having sex and drugs. And I said, of course they're really Christian. You know, that's what they believe. And it's certainly their right. They don't preach. I've never heard them try to convert anybody. And actually, they're very funny. They know that they're sort of in the minority in a lot of these things. I think if you listen to their music, they got some really catchy songs, and I enjoy them, and I always like seeing them. Next up is Night Ranger. This is where the white supremacist rally, I think, starts. I'm joking.
Are they whites? Are they into that? Who's in that?
No, I don't want to say that. I'm just saying that their audience is very white, and they played with Ted Nugent, and you can still rock in America.
Right. Well, they've got the glam roots. They've got Carrie Kelly, right?
Carrie Kelly's there.
Carrie Kelly, yeah.
And then the three original guys. Carrie took over for Jeff Watson, but Brad Gillis is there. Jack Blades is there, and Kelly Keagy, the drummer, sings the hits. At one point, Kerry Kelly texted me. I don't know if I'm going out of line, but he said, "You guys need a singing drummer." And I thought maybe he's trying to recommend somebody. And I thought he was going to tell us we should hire Kelly Keagy. And then, like, right after Round and Round, he could sing Sister Christian from behind the drums. But
yeah.
I don't think it was meant to be. And we got Blas Elias, who does sing, even though people don't know it. People love the Christmas show when Oz is on. Well, the rule is you have to have one Christian for every Christmas show.
It's the rules.
And I do like him, and I enjoy. And then Bret Michaels. Listen, everyone's hard on Bret, but he puts on a good show. I prefer
He's a
Poison.
nice guy. He's a really it's almost like Bret is so nice. Like you're almost expecting all right, where's it's not though. It's never, he's always been super not like how you see him on TV is how he's always been to me. And I've met him more than a half a dozen times.
I've seen him after his shows meeting people who have diabetes. I've seen him meet veterans. None of this advertised, none of it promoted. I was very close friends with a young lady who had cystic fibrosis, and she was a huge fan of Bret. And we did a Sin City Sinners show with him, and he could not have been kinder to her. And he didn't care how many people were waiting. He makes each person feel like they matter, even on stage. I've watched him, and he'll look at you, and he makes you. I better start fucking singing that Unskinny Bop. He's looking at me.
Yeah, he's a good front guy. I mean, I've always liked Poison. I got to meet them. I got to go on stage and do a song with them. They've always been cool to me. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Bret. And like I said, after meeting him, I liked him even more.
Me too. I'm looking forward to seeing Poison next year. They will be back together. Spoiler alert. And maybe Ratt. Yeah, maybe Ratt. Maybe Cinderella. Tom Key. I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of cool bands out there. Dee Snider, I love him. I don't know if it's that big a deal that he's going to sing 2 songs with Bret Michaels' band.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Bret Michaels' band, no offense to them, could play Ratt songs, though. Ratt's Twisted Sister songs are not hard. Ratt songs are not easy. That's not an insult.
I think the hardest part about Twisted Sister is the vocals and the drums.
Drums are outstanding.
Yeah.
Jason, do you like CeCe DeVille? I hear he's from Brooklyn. I like CeCe DeVille a lot. And I really enjoy Samantha 7. I'm a Samantha 7 fan. That's kind of his.
I never heard it.
You got to try it. You might like it. That's kind of.
I remember he had that band. Was that the same band that was it called Needle Park? He had
like a few bands, and then they turned into Samantha 7. Samantha 7 made a record. The drummer from the Samantha 7 is in Buckcherry now, whatever that means.
Okay, yeah, maybe I did hear that.
And they had there was a song called "Hanging On to Jane" and a song called "Slave Laura," and I thought it was a lot of fun. And I thought CeCe singing was a lot of fun. Somebody says Cinderella will be hard without Jeff LaBar. Now, I knew Jeff LaBar, but it would not be hard. And I'll tell you why.
Tom Kiefer's doing it every night without Jeff LaBar right now.
Yeah, and Wednesday as a Cinderella fan.
I mean, he was a big component of that band, but it's not undoable without him.
And as a Cinderella fan, you know that Tom Kiefer played the majority of the lead guitar.
Yeah, I saw a video of Tom Kiefer. My friend sent me a video of him like a week ago at some show, and he's still excellent, like so good.
He calls it Cinderella's Tom Kiefer. He could call it if Fred Corey and Eric wanted to do it, he could call it Cinderella. And that's not not trying to be disrespectful to Jeff. It was great that he was there. It was great that they kept the original band, and but I do believe that if they wanted to, they can do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it would. Yeah, I think it's respectful what they're doing, but they could do without him.
Yeah, I don't think Ratt is going to have all 5 members. Obviously, one has passed, and then other ones. Who knows? So anyway, I think that that's going to be fun, the M3 Festival. I would like to meet as many people as possible. I'm not going to hide away like the Leatherwolf song. I'll be out shaking hands and mingling and kissing babies, not in an inappropriate way, and accepting gifts. I'll have a sack with me to put your – I'm joking. But it'll be fun. It'll be fun, and I look forward – I'll have some pics with me, too, for those who ask for that kind of thing. Do you guys like Shotgun Messiah at Babylon AD?
I think I'm always referencing. I think I talked about Babylon AD last show about RoboCop 2.
Love him.
Yes.
I love Babylon AD.
Babylon AD wasn't my favorite. I liked a couple other songs off the first album. Shotgun Messiah, I loved the two. Even I like both. I liked it when Tim sang and with the other guy. Actually, when
Yes.
I went back and listened to the first one again, I think I might like it better than Second Coming. When I used to not think that. I don't know.
I would have to revisit them. I saw Shotgun Messiah live. It was great. Harry K. Cody, great guitar player. Fun band. And Babylon AD, though, I don't know. It's one of those underrated bands that I liked. Saw them recently. Derek, the singer, just wrote me a message the other day, sent me his new record to listen to, new Babylon AD record, and he's been on the show. Okay. 80s guy. Jason, can't they package Rat Poison and Cinderella next year? Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it's out there. I think there's a lot of options next year. It's going to be a good year for hair metal or glam metal. Jason is going to be at Sick New World. Can I be your friend? Well, I mean, you can be my friend, but it's not going to help you when it's a sold out show and tickets are $500. Can you believe people pay $500 for that? Crazy. Nope, there goes Wednesday. He heard $500 and he said, I'm out of here. He didn't realize. I feel like I'm on a little bit of a lag. I apologize for the lag. I'm going to wrap this up. I bet you Wednesday didn't charge his device. I'm going to have to get out of here in a minute. We'll see if he comes back. But yes, $500. And it's sold out. Andrea loves Wednesday's merch. Well, you can buy some of that merch by going to official Wednesday13.com. Yeah, he's calling them to complain. What is this here? CC DeVille said he wrote a song and cheated out of the money. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know that one. Jay Lee. Scared of my shirt. Yeah, it's a little scary. 40th anniversary of Invasion of Your Privacy. That is correct. Wouldn't it be awesome if you could see Stephen Pearcy one night play Out of the Cellar and the next night play Invasion? Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. I'm going to wait a little bit because I hate to have Wednesday leave without saying goodbye to you. Andrea enjoys the way that the shirt looks on me. Well, thank you. I'll take every compliment I can have. I have this thing in my arm. It's right there for those of you who are fans of my arm. This is a glucose monitor, and it is in my arm so that I know what my diabetes is at. I went out to lunch today, and I forgot to bring insulin, which is stupid, and watched my blood go up. Mark Sanchez said he had a fun show. Thanks. There was so much that we squeezed into this show. We're on 3 hours now. I mean, and I will tell you that 300 people have watched the entire show. I appreciate all your super chats. They help, believe me, and it helps motivate me to do this every day because I want to do this every day this week. But it takes time, and the super chats are appreciated. But I did it because I like talking. I love talking to Wednesday. And I got a new Michael Myers mask behind me. It's right there. Oop, right there. And we'll see if he can charge his phone. I enjoyed Steven playing some deep tracks at the Oyster Bake. Yeah, at the Oyster Bake was more of a greatest hits set. We didn't do all of Cellar, but a lot of it. But it was definitely a mix of things. And usually I present Steven with a set before the show, and then he goes through and he kind of shuffles. I've been with him long enough where I kind of know what he likes to sing and what he doesn't, and he does like to give the fans their money's worth. California Jimmy says, "Wish you had Venmo, so YouTube doesn't take cut." Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, Johnny Monaco is buying a second house with all the Venmo money he gets. Daryl, you're good with most of your FMKs. I don't remember what Holly body looked like. This one's tricky. I like Serenity. I would probably marry her. I'm guessing I would get rid of Animal, who has sadly passed away here in Las Vegas. And I'm just going to take a guess that I'm going to F Holly Body. Have I been to Steven's new place? I have not. No, it's hidden away in a very secluded area, and it is top secret, and I've not been invited. Giving yourself away comes up all the time. People would like to hear it. I think one day it will. He has such a catalog to get to. Jay Lee Smith, awesome show as always. Thank you very much. Yes, send your PayPal. Well, I appreciate it. Listen, if you guys really want to contribute, become a channel member or sign up for Patreon. Those are great things. If I don't know, I should check if anyone signed up for Patreon. I'll put your package, if you know what I mean, together right now. I just want to make sure, and then you can have your authenticity. I don't see anything yet. I saw some people share their addresses, which is fine. That's good. That will go to Michelle. She's in charge of the shipping and handling. Jason Neal, you guys might remember Jason. He was here when he was riding the storm out. And Jason, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this. There was so much to talk about. And Jason, you'll be back soon. I hope. Greg says, how did Blas get in the band? Well, I hired him. I called him, and that's how we got in the band. He was a friend of mine for a long time. He's one of the most loyal, kindest people I know. And it's amazing that he was available because he's so incredible, and a lot of people missed out. And one man's loss is my gain, Stephen Pearcy's gain. So that's how we got him. And of course, Stephen approved it because he's the boss. And he was very happy. Wednesday 13 is back. There he is. What happened Wednesday? Did you forget to charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to plug it in while I do the show. And I never expect to do over 3 hours.
Usually it warns me. It says, oh, you have like a low battery, but it just went boop, blackness. It was like 9/11.
Well, yes. What other drummers? Well, there goes the monetization. What other drummers were on the list? Well, I don't think it would be fair to the other drummers, but I mean, we used Will Hunt quite a bit. He's in Evanescence. He lives in Orlando, Florida. He also happened to be in Slaughter. And I think that Will would probably end up filling in the shows when Blas is in TSO, but I don't know. But Blas was my first choice. Steven's gotten to a point where he's trusted my decisions. I also brought in Johnny, and Steven's a very smart guy. He's quiet. He stays to himself, but nobody knows more about Ratt and how that music should be played than Steven. Sebi, thank you for the super chat. If Ratt go out next year, will you be the tour manager? It's an interesting question, and maybe too soon to say. I would be out with them. Would I be the tour manager? I don't think so. It's a different thing when you're tour managing buses and trucks. And but do I think I would be Steven's personal tour manager? Yes, I think I would be involved, and I would be with Steven. I've told Steven I'm with him to the end. You know, as long as he'll keep me, I'm loyal. I don't really want to tour manage anyone else. I've gotten other offers, and I've turned them down. So I we'll see what happens. Will Dana and Mark be jealous that Blas is headlining? I don't think they'll be jealous, and I think they like Blas. Mark is, I think, closer, but look, they could have got Blas back. They chose to stick with the guy they had, and that's that. I think they'll all get along, and I think for the fans, if you're a Slaughter fan, you can bring your records and get everyone to sign them. You know, Tim Kelly's passed, but you know, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun for those guys to see each other. As I say, up all night, round and round all day. Okay. Hi, Jason from Toledo. We'll be in Toledo, and you know who else will be in Toledo? I think that's the one. I think Slaughter. I think Slaughter and Stephen Pearcy. All right. Let's get through this. Hold on. Mitch says, Jason, I always love your shows with Wednesday 13. Well, I do too. Cinderella Damned says, I met Wednesday in Illinois. I saved money for months, was able to buy every item in the merch table, and it was the best day, honestly. Well, how cool.
Well,
Wednesday, she bought
that's
everything.
good. That's good. We have a lot of stuff at the merch tables usually. So that's a lot. So
The
thank you.
cat, the cat needs kibble.
Yes. I've been
Joe,
feeding an outside cat. I have a black cat outside that I've been feeding for the last month or two. I call him Big Black because he's a big black cat, and I just went with Big Black because that's what I went with.
I would be feeding every outside cat too. I get it. Did Wednesday ever do a proper introduction for his new drummer? I always forget he got a new one around a year ago or something like that. I think Mike. His name is
I'm
Mike.
not sure if I did like a full on like this is the new guy or anything like that, but I did announce that he's in the band, and yeah, he's been in the band now since the end of 2022. So yeah, he's
He didn't introduce me. It took me a while Wednesday to realize who he
mm-hmm.
was. He was hanging out talking, and he was so cool. And then I realized, oh, that's Wednesday's drummer. I think you told me that's my drummer. Wednesday's very careful with introductions because you never know who hates me or anyone. So Wednesday's very careful. Just don't introduce anyone. When we were at the Whiskey, all these posers, I mean, all these people come over and they worship Wednesday. I'm talking about some pretty big name musicians. And Wednesday is smart to just not make introductions because it is true. I'm very controversial. I introduce Wednesday to everybody, but I don't tell them who he is. I
It's always good. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Karen's had enough. She's going to bed. Thank you, Karen. I hope you have a nice night. Andrea loves Mike Dupke, a great drummer and great guy. He should be on the show sometime. He probably has a lot of stories.
Yeah, you would have a lot of fun with, and he's as goofy and like could talk about 80s stuff. Like it's pretty ridiculous.
Maybe we could have him on with you if you think it's something that he would be up for.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Okay. And just trying to get through. I didn't expect to stay here this long. What prompted the change with Johnny playing the Warren parts? Sometimes when you ask a question that's business related, I have to think if I'm entitled to say, but I think that Johnny was more of a Warren style player, and I think Eric knew that, and I think Steven knows that. And to me, and Wednesday probably agrees, guitar playing is really in your hands, and not everyone can do that. I've heard people play direct. Watch Michael Schenker play. It's very little effects and things. A lot of his hand. And Jimmy Crespo, who was in Aerosmith, I managed him for quite some time. He could play any guitar, anytime, anywhere, and his hands had this feel. Some people have it. Warren DeMartini was incredible. Johnny's a shredder. He's also a great singer-songwriter and can do power pop, but he can also shred. And anyway, so I think that's what it was. And no drama. It's all whatever's good for the show and the brand. I'm skimming here. Chris is a fan of Ohio's own Chad Stewart, which is nice. Chad Stewart, everybody knows Chad Stewart. He's probably still at the Rainbow Bash. No one's picked him up yet. He's probably still drinking.
Chad has some GI Joe toys we've been talking about. I need to get from him. He's got the aircraft carrier.
Oh yeah, you did tell me that. Was he a collector, or he just kind of had it?
I think he had them as a kid, and he just still has them. And when we were touring in Australia, I was talking about it, and he was like, "Maybe I can part ways with the aircraft carrier." And I'm like, "Well, maybe let's talk. What we talking here?"
I'm gonna ask him when I see him for you. I'm gonna push him.
Yeah.
I'll see him next week. All right. B's got to go. I like to see people. They're dropping like bees. Some of these people. What's Wednesday's relationship with his bandmates? Are they friends, or they just play together and go? They just play together and go there. I don't know. Wednesday, are you social with the band? They live in different places.
I mean, we're all really good friends. We hang out when we go home. I mean, a couple of the guys in the band don't live in California, so so hanging out after tours isn't possible. But yeah, we're all really close friends, and we talk, and you know, I don't have a lot of people that I hang out and talk with. When I go on tour, you know, when I come home, I'm kind of hanging out with my cat and doing this show.
Yeah,
Is
I was going to say
most,
you're a private guy who enjoys his private time, and the
yeah,
more touring you do, um, when you do learn to respect your time at home. Uh,
yes.
Andreas says we've got to get more likes on this live. Well, that's true. You should like it. Uh,
There's 13. I see.
well, we got to yeah. Way Cool Jr. says, "Have you guys done a show through Monster Memorabilia? That'd be cool. I'd love to do it. It's something we got to plan in advance, at least for me.
Yeah.
Wednesday, you kind of find stuff. I have one room in my house that is like a crypt. It's just wall to wall memorabilia and things in boxes. I need to get a bigger place. I'm going to move later this year, and then it'll be easier to show it. I mean, I'm looking right now at 1,000 Funko Pops in my kitchen. Basically, they're on
Wow.
shelves. They're nice. Another time I'll show that. Um, you know, we have a sickness that, you know, you look behind me. There's all kinds of junk back there, but not Wednesday's got more. I don't decorate as much, but one day
Yeah,
we'll.
I mean, I have it kind of scattered through my house. I'm gonna when I get back from the Vegas thing, I'm gonna do some spring cleaning. I want to paint. I might paint this room
Yeah,
and redo it. So yeah, yeah, I might make this my GI Joe room. I don't know yet. I'm gonna switch some stuff around. I don't know. There's too much stuff, but it's a good problem to have.
I looked at you know, when we do the show with you and Sean, I look at your some of your collections, and I
Hmm.
like how you guys have the action figures on the peg, like in the stores. It's a great way
Yes.
to keep them. And so I got this. This is the Johnny Ramone Super 7.
Oh,
I'm
that's
looking
cool.
I'm looking for the Dee Ramone. If anyone wants to find it for me, I
I haven't
don't
even
have.
seen those yet. That's cool.
It's pretty cool. I think the Dee one might be older. The Johnny one is newer, but it's really cool. And I do collect anything Ramones. And I wasn't sure I needed a Johnny Ramone action figure,
Hmm.
but now that I have it, I love it. And then I saw Sean has all these masks. Look, he's got $1 million collection. Some of those masks are the
Yeah.
actual masks. But then I thought, I don't really need the actual masks. I mean, Sean's in a different tax bracket than I am. So but I got Michael Myers 1978 back there. And then I said, I need the Toxic Avenger. So
Hmm.
that's on the way. I told this story before, but I played the Toxic Avenger on television several times. And what they would do is they would film it from here up, and I would read all the dialogue through the mask, which only had one eye, and then somebody else would do a wide shot of the muscle body. And so, uh, and I've never forgot my lines. I've said it on this show before, but I used to be a 98-pound mop boy nerd until I fell into a vat of toxic waste and became a hideously deformed creature of superhuman size and strength, the Toxic Avenger. So, anyway, but so I have to have that. And I told Michelle, we don't live together yet, but I told her, is it okay that I have the Michael Myers and Toxic Avenger mask? She didn't know who the Toxic Avenger was necessarily, but the mask it's been in the kitchen lately. I'm not
Yeah.
startled by it at all. In fact, I'm comforted by it.
I had the same problems in my house. The lady didn't like mask and dummies. Like I have the full size nubbins from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the you know, the puppet they use. I
That's
have
still
it.
good.
I used to have it laying on my bed, and I moved it to the garage. So
Yeah, I mean, some things at some point I may have to hide away, but I also have a life-size Clark Griswold cutout
mhm.
in the other room. And I mean, sometimes you walk in and it startles you that Clark Griswold is looking over the merchandise. I think we're going to watch the Toxic Avenger on here pretty soon if Wednesday's up for it. I want to do like
Yeah.
a slumber party night where everyone hangs out and we all watch the Toxic Avenger. Before we get out of here, I got to mention Wednesday, you and I both watch Pluto.
Hmm.
Um, Pluto has an Odd Couple channel now, with every
I
episode.
haven't seen the Odd Couple channel. I never see that on. I don't.
And you
Maybe
have
I'm
to
not.
search for it for some reason because it doesn't
Really?
come in the channel list, but it does come on demand, and you can watch every episode.
Really?
And
Okay.
it's as funny as I remember it. I mean, some episodes are slightly dated, but boy, I laugh and laugh and laugh, and I might be uh, uh, um, high on a new thing when I watch, but I love it. And then they also have a Universal Monsters channel that I think you knew about.
Yeah, yeah. I just watch Pluto now. I have like Spectrum with my home internet and everything, and um, yeah. But I watch Pluto because it has everything that I want to watch. You got Judge Judy. You got Forensic Files, Andy Griffith, Adam's Family, Price is Right. I mean,
I love it. I watch the Bob Barker Price is Right all the time.
yeah. You told me about that. I think that's why I started watching Pluto. I started watching Price is Right like 24/7.
It's great. It really is great. Anyway, Melvin deserved better. Yeah, he probably did. Melvin is still alive. He does conventions every now and then. I got to get him on my show, the original Melvin. Who is your favorite Ramon? My favorite Ramon is Dee Dee Ramon. With Johnny, I knew Johnny. I was fortunate to know him, and his guitar playing to me, he's the reason I bought a guitar. Everyone says this now. Um, but Dee Dee Ramon just wrote the coolest songs. He was the coolest punk. I had to talk about what a punk is supposed to look like earlier. And to me, things like the Sex Pistols was very arranged. Malcolm McLaren put it together.
Mm-hmm.
But Sid Vicious does look like what a punk should be. When I think of what a punk should be, I look at Sid Vicious. I go, that guy is a punk. Um,
Yeah.
hard to believe he died.
Still looks cool. Like it still looks cool. Like it's not
He's
dated.
never gonna get old. He's always gonna look cool. He was 21 years old when he died. Hard to believe. You never think
Yeah.
he was a kid, a dumb kid, and Nancy was even younger. But mohawks and all that isn't for me. But punk is about being what you want to be, and some people like that. I thought the most unpunk thing ever was when Eddie Vedder inducted the Ramones into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with a mohawk, when nobody in the Ramones ever had a mohawk. And Johnny Ramone told me personally that people were flipping him off. And he said, good. He goes, as punks, if you don't like them, you should flip them off. That's right. He was very good friends with Eddie Vedder, too.
I feel like we got the shaft. We got Pearl Jam. We could have had Mother Love Bone. And
Yeah, well,
like
we
when I
definitely
listen
did.
to that, I'm like, that was like I liked that. I still like that. I never liked Pearl Jam.
There's songs that I like and that I appreciate. It's not my band. I'm not buying the records. I do want to see them live. I've kind of thought about trying to see them live, um, but look, it's not my thing. There's bands I like less though. U2, for example.
Yeah.
U2 is playing the Sphere here. Everyone's going. I just can't do it.
Isn't Fish is there now?
Fish is there now, and
Yeah.
I mean, when you think of an overpriced Vegas venue, do you think of Fish? I've seen Fish.
Mm.
It wasn't for me. All right, let's see. Yeah, Toxie loves you. Very true. I'm trying to wrap this up. Wednesday, if you got to get out of here, just let me know. I mean,
Oh, I'm all right. It's Monday.
you're
Wednesdays are
kind
my
of
busy days.
you're you're kind of like me in the sense that we keep a low profile when we're home. So why not just chat? I mean, we could just do this on the telephone, but why not let the
Yeah.
audience watch?
Exactly.
Um, okay, Mandy probably Mandy named after the Barry Manilow song. She says you guys are still going. A lot of people logged off, and then an hour later, um, come back, and they can't believe we're still there. Johnny Rotten Marky Ramone fight was interesting. I would say more
Mhm.
embarrassing. It was hard to
Yeah.
watch. Johnny Rotten is so out of touch. Marky Ramone knows the ways of the Ramones. He's done it. He's been the drummer for a lot of years. Yes, he's the last one, but I think he understands punk better than Johnny Rotten, who tries to be this thing that I don't know. I respect his legacy, but I'm not a
Right.
fan. Andrea loves your eyebrows. She might have been late. Uh, uh, Sin Dorella says, "I'm losing so much sleep, but it's worth it if I get to watch you guys." Exactly. Wednesday, I'm trying to just like do a get together. I think that
Mm-hmm.
we need like a get together. I
Like a
forgot what it's called.
sleepover thing, or what do you
Yeah,
mean?
not
Like,
just me and you. I mean, me, you, and all the lunatics and nice
yeah.
people watching. But I think we should find a venue, and you should be there, and Johnny Monaco should be there, and Matt Thorne should be there, and everyone can get together and have a good time, and and people can bring gifts. But
Burbank Palooza.
I think it would have to take place in Burbank. So anyway, but that could happen. This question has been being asked for hours by different people. I hate this question, but maybe Wednesday has an answer for you. You got any ghost stories?
Not really. Not anything really good.
There's
I think I,
always
I
someone.
think I think I may have told my ghost story. You could probably look it up. It's kind of long. Uh, it's too close to bed. I don't want to think about it.
That happens too. You can't start thinking about those things
Yeah.
before you go to sleep. I mean, I have some stuff, but I don't think it's anything that's that interesting. And who knows? It could all be bullshit. Um, can we have movie night soon? Well, I'm working on it. At Wednesday can testify to the fact that when you're traveling, it is really difficult to do anything else. And he's home for a little while, but even for me, we go out on these weekends, and it's you lose time. I can tell you,
Yeah.
and you probably have the same feeling. The first night that I'm home and that I'm off, panic that I'm going to miss lobby call, and I wake up every hour in my bed at home
Yeah. Yeah.
thinking I've got to be ready for lobby call.
I have what I call gig dreams constantly in the past 2 nights because I have a show coming up this week, and it's kind of uh it's a one-off, so I'm kind of doing stuff myself and not relying on tour managers, and you know what I mean, like it's just easy to handle, but I'm also, my brain's thinking about everything, so I'm losing sleep because I'm dreaming I'm already at the gig and everyone's in the dressing room and my makeup's not there, and I'm like, where's my makeup? And they're like, huh? And no one can talk, everyone's just looking at me going,
Yeah, that's scary. Mhm.
that's the scary dream. I'm like, what's wrong with you? What's happening? So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I get it, and so I'm still kind of like trying to manage my time. I want to put out some tour diaries this week. I got more live shows, and oh, somebody here, Carl says that Mark Shanker, that's the Scab bassist for Kicks, has a Rush tribute called Sundogs. There is nothing I would want to watch less, but that's the band that we saw on the bottom of the bill. I would rather poke my eyes out, I think, and ears. And I know people love Rush. They love it. Oh, Rush. Oh, Rush. Oh my God, not for me. That is the opposite of punk rock is Rush. And I get it. People
Yeah.
like you probably liked Rush at some point, right?
No, I
Where we
didn't.
got that coming too.
I've yet to get the Rush train. You know what? There's a couple of songs. I think Tom Sawyer is a cool song. I like the synthesizer in it. I think the Limelight song is okay. Some of their songs have kind of grown on me because I've heard them on classic rock radio stations forever, but still not. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna go Rush crazy.
No. And I don't need to see the guy from Kicks who wasn't really the guy
No.
by Rush. It's not but anyway, I won't be there.
I saw Kicks back in the day when they tried to pull a fast one on the audience when Brian Forsyth wasn't in the band and they had a guy dressed up just like him trying to
Mhm.
fool the audience. I saw that show. And
We
he was in
talked
a he
about it.
was in a New York band that was a glam band. I can't remember what their name was, but
Was it Rhino Bucket?
no, this band was
Before that.
like this was like a spiders and snakes kind of band, like or something from New
Mhm.
York. But he looked just like Brian Forsyth, had the hair. They basically had him doing that, And we talked to him after the show, and he's like, "Yeah, they don't want anybody to know." I'm like, "Well, we know."
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
Brian
they
talked
tried to
about
pull a
it.
fast one.
Brian talked about it a little bit on the show that when he left. Some of those Brian's been on twice, and there's some good interviews. I like him. Ronnie
Hmm.
Younkins is actually out on road now. Well, someone says Wednesday should do a hair tutorial. So I've been having trouble finding a good shampoo um,
Yeah.
for color treated hair. By the way, people comment all the time. How often do you dye your hair? And I want to tell them, no, I was born with this hair. How many? What makes you think that the half Jew doesn't have jet black hair? Um, but people don't get it, and blue eyes or green eyes, whatever color they are today. But so I called Michelle and I go, I don't think I got any shampoo in the house. And sometimes she leaves shampoo, but there was none here. And then I said, I want to ask Wednesday what he's using, but I don't. But that's an awkward thing to do, and not that Wednesday would be phased by it. But so Michelle goes, well, go back to the video where he said it, and I go, he's been on 100 times. How am I going to find the episode where he said what hair products to use? So right
Yes.
here and now, Wednesday, hold on, what
Yes.
what shampoo should I be using?
Um, at the moment, I've been using this stuff called It's a 10, and I
Now,
get
where
it
am I going
at.
to find that?
You can get it. Actually, you can get it at like CVS or Walgreens. They
Okay.
have it. And I get it at Ulta.
Hmm.
That's the place I get it at. And they make a conditioner and they make shampoos and they have all these different versions of it. But it's a little pricey, but I like it, especially the conditioner. That's what works for me the most because, especially when I'm on tour, because I headbang for an hour and the fan blowing my hair. My hair's in knots, so I need some awesome conditioner, and that's what I use.
Would
Uh,
your Well, thank you. I wrote it down. Would your hair be curly if it wasn't the way it is?
oh yeah, It's so weird. It's like before I do anything to it, it's like it's curly from like here down, and it's bizarre. And then it's like straight. It's
That's kind of how I am. From so
I
many
don't.
years, it's way
Yeah.
down. And what is the name of that straightening iron I need to buy?
I think it's a yellow brush. It's like a yellow electric like brush, and I want to say it's called like the Ultimate Blowout something. I can't remember
Mhm.
the brand of it, but
All right. Well, I'm putting together a Wednesday 13 tribute band, and
yes. Well, this will get your hair back in order. I had my hair trimmed the other week. I dyed it, but it's already growing back out. My blonde is. I'll dye it black again before the show this week.
I like that
Uh,
you're not ashamed, Wednesday. I like that you're honest. You know what I mean? Some people have. I've also said that you don't come on the show in makeup. Wednesday
you know,
13 to me is like Alice Cooper. It's a little bit of a character. That's just my thought. I don't know what you feel.
Totally, it is. It's 100. Like it wouldn't be fun to be dressed up and doing that the whole time and be in character.
Hmm.
I like to do it, but I also like to get out of it.
Yeah. No. And that's why I enjoy talking to you. Someone asked when the next Patreon video is coming out. Very soon, actually, maybe today. What I was thinking about doing for Patreon is some of the stuff that I filmed for my tour diaries. I was thinking about throwing clips of it on Patreon. You can watch it before. I got months of this shit to do. And then this weekend, I'm going to be making a Wednesday 13 episode. I'm
Yeah,
going to take you guys, this is with his permission, to Sick New World. And I was fine with the Sick Old World, but New World's okay too. And
they
we'll show
just
you what it's like.
they just put the lineup on online just now. That's what my guys were just texting me. So there's a band before us on that stage, which I thought we were the opening band, but I guess there's a band before us. But yeah, they've got bands starting at 11 o'clock on the main stages. So yeah, I don't know who we're in direct uh, uh, like same time wise if we're conflicting with anybody. But I saw that band Kitties on around 11:45 or something. I don't know if their audience would come see us or not. Maybe I
I
don't
think
know.
they might. I think that
Yeah,
Murder Dolls and Kitty. I mean, Kitty's a little bit more
yeah,
screaming, but I think it'll go to. I remember when
yeah.
Kitty
So
was teenage girls. you
But
know.
I think they started 11. I saw they were on 11:45 or 11:50. I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but I know we were on at 12 to 12:30, and
You don't want to miss it. I was
yeah,
saying, I remember the Kitty were teenage girls. Now they're like the Golden Girls. You know, it's
they
crazy how
are.
time flies.
They should come out to that as their intro,
Yeah,
song.
well, listen, it happens. I'm sure they're still screaming and yelling. You know who I think is there? I could be wrong. Is Baby Metal at this one? I think they are.
Yes, yes, baby metal.
I have
Yeah,
the Baby Metal Funko Pops. They're actually quite expensive.
I just, I have nothing against them. I just, I just don't know anybody could just sit around and just be like, you know what? It's just one of those days. I got to put on some baby metal right now and just relax or just get it out, do some footloose punching or something. I don't know.
it's not for me either. It's three Japanese broads screaming
It's
and yelling.
yeah, it's I don't know. I've watched it and I'm just kind of just smiling. It's going like, what is this? I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't buy the pops because I was a fan.
There's
Love
no
you.
way that band is better than Easy O ever, and that's all I'm gonna say.
We had this discussion in the car the other day. People wonder what bands talk about. And we were
Yeah,
talking about the cruise, and I was saying that I was able to see Loudness on the cruise, but can't come back. They have visa troubles every year. Every year they announce them, and every year they don't happen. And then I brought up EZO, and the guys in the group, the consensus was that they preferred EZO. Uh,
yeah,
and the reason this conversation happened is Matt said that he used to work at a zoo. This is ridiculous. And he said that a jaguar learned how to lift the cage up and killed a trainer. And he said something like Blood of the Jaguar should be the name of a record. And I said, there's a record called Tusk of the Jaguar by Akira Takasaki, who is the Japanese Warren
yes,
DeMartini of
yes.
Loudness, and this whole conversation. I want to show you this NBC or whatever it's called before I let you go Wednesday. So just talk to the
All
people
right,
for 1 second. I'll be right back.
all right.
You're gonna like this, I think.
Easy O is still my favorite a Japanese band. Even when I went to Japan, they asked me if I was familiar with any Japanese bands, and I said Easy O because that's all I knew. But I was thinking about that record today. Uh, the first one, it's got the dude's hands like doing like the ninja thing. It looks like some H.R. Geiger stuff. That's a cool record. There's some good songs on that. The second album, Fire Fire, was okay, but I don't think in comparison to the first one, it's not even close. Also on Gene Simmons' record label, I believe. Didn't he sign them? I think he did.
I think that's right.
Think they did sign with Gene Simmons. But yeah, I thought they were cool. I thought they had some good songs. I was thinking about them today because I'm always thinking about music I haven't listened to in a while, and I was going to look that record up. Also, I was going to listen to Kill for Thrills again. I haven't thought about that in a while, and I really like that record because you and I were talking about that at the Rainbow when the Muscat guy walked by.
We met Todd Muscat, who was in Kills for Thrills, yeah, with
Kill for
Jason
Thrills.
Smith.
Yeah, that's a good band. That was Gilby Clarke's band. And I watched an interview with him today, and he was talking about his Pawn Shop Guitars album was a bunch of songs he wrote for Guns N' Roses that they didn't want, and there were songs he had left over from Kill for Thrills, which I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense, but
He played on me for an interview.
so yeah.
Hold on, the suspense is not going to be worth it.
Oh yeah, it will. Sure, it will. Someone asked me if I'm a NASCAR fan. I am not a NASCAR fan, but I know a lot about early 80s NASCAR just because of my dad was obsessed with NASCAR. And so I know all of those race car drivers from I'll say the stroker ace days. I know all of those guys. I know
from
their
the
names.
You're
That's the
from
only
the
thing I know.
South. You obviously know something about it.
Yeah, yeah. When Dale Earnhardt died, it was like the president got shot in my town. Not even joking. It was just like the whole place just shut down. It was a sad time.
All right, I couldn't find it, but I will tell you, I
Oh,
did find a Michael Myers Halloween 2 keychain. You can tell,
someone brought me that. I think I have that too somewhere.
really, it's, the reason it's Halloween 2, as we all know, is his eyes are bleeding, and
Yes.
he has a hammer. Um, Basically, they make these things called NFCs, and it's a
Mm-hmm.
little square keychain device that you hold up to your phone, and you can
Mm-hmm.
get a full album, and you can get, and it doesn't take up space on your phone. It takes you to a link, and you can have pictures and video and bonus content on this little thing that's tiny keychain, and it also is going to come in a jewel case now, so people can autograph them. And Matt's record, which happens to be the biggest selling
Yes.
funk bass album in Burbank at the moment, until someone dethrones him. He has these things, and Matt sells them at the merch booth, and no one knows what they are.
Is it a flash drive? Is that what it is? Like a flash
No,
drive
because
keychain?
it looks like a tiny CD, and then a
Okay.
little tiny CD comes out. I'll find it and show it on the next show.
That
But
is
and you hold up the tiny CD to your phone. Matt has to come on and demonstrate
this
it, to be
this
honest.
almost sounds made up, but
It feels,
yeah.
without having it in front of me, it feels real. And it has a tiny picture of Matt's CD cover. But when you go on it,
Hmm.
it's a great way to give fans bonus content without taking up space on their phone, and it makes a cool little keychain. And but one or two allegedly sold. I think they got stolen. I think someone took it off the merch table, and they stole it. But I could be wrong. But he gave it to me to show on the show, and I just don't know where the hell it is. And we're going on 4 hours of this.
Oh,
But
sure.
go to Matt's website, Matt Thorne Shopify. Hold on, maybe I could do that. Hold on, but
All right.
he'll come on, and he's now an executive in the company. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Boogie Nights, but at the end of Boogie Nights, Don Cheadle's trying to sell like speaker systems, and he's like, "You hear
Speakers,
that?
yeah, Speaker City, or not
Speaker
Speaker City.
City."
That was Buck's car stereo.
That's amazing. You remember that? But you hear
Yes.
that bass, and
Yeah. I think you need all that bass.
yeah, and so let's look at Matt's website real quick. If he was watching, I'm sure he fell asleep 3 hours ago. Actually, Steven is staying at Matt's house right now. It would have been a perfect day to have him on. Um, he spent a couple days. He had some business to attend to. So this is Matt's website. Okay, now here it is. The back the phone, so you can get a this is an NFC CD. All right, and
How weird.
okay, so now you can see what it looks like. It looks like a keychain,
Okay.
right? And then that's a cell phone. And
What?
you see the little disc right there?
Yeah.
So you put the little disc up, that's the back. You put the little disc up to the thing. Oh, here's Matt explaining it. I wonder if we can watch this. Hold on. Let's see if we can watch it. Maybe he'll help us. He's terrible at explaining things, just for the record. All right, here we go.
Back to Funk Up CD. Back. On a little keychain. It's got a little disc inside. Wake your phone up. Touch this to your phone. Open. There you go. It's my album.
What?
Pretty cool, huh? There's the gallery. Pictures and stuff. Pretty cool. That's it.
So that
Is
was
that is that a
half
track from Back the Funk Up?
I think that was, yeah. It made you want to dance, I bet. I bet that was like
Instantly.
a half-ass explanation, though. I got
It
to
still
sell
sounds made up.
we saw it. It looks made up. But
Yeah,
the
it's like
bonus
what?
content is really cool. I think it's a cool little souvenir. And but it is fun that people can. Now, I know what you're thinking at home. Why don't you just have a website and people go to the website and can have all that shit? But this goes to your phone. This one goes to 11. Anyway, if you want to
I
buy
think that's
one,
cool. I love any little weird stuff like that. That's stuff that, yeah, it's extra.
Yeah, and maybe listen, Wednesday, maybe you should have some of these. He can help you. He's a representative, and he can get you a wholesale deal. Maybe some of your fans would like to have a Wednesday 13 version, because if you don't put it out, somebody could steal your music and then put it out themselves. You know what I mean?
On a little CD.
Imagine someone like stole the music of the Murder Dolls. I'm just saying, and they put
Yeah.
it on a little CD, and then they photoshopped a little picture of themselves on it.
A
Mean,
little. Yes.
There's a little guy like Spinal Tap. What is this little
Be,
guy in here? It's all
be
wrong.
a little crime.
It'd be a little crime.
Little crime.
Where's Coogan? Was he supposed to be here? Son of a bitch. He's on tour with Ace Frehley, and that's where he is. And he's alive and well, so you can see him. So anyway, people want to get one of those, and people do want the Wednesday one now. They want a mini Wednesday to have it at home. Like
right.
What about a Wednesday 13 pocket rocket for the ladies?
I think that would be handy.
Or handsy. But I think it would sell incredibly well. I think I'm frozen again. Are you there, Wednesday?
I'm here. I'm not frozen, but you froze up. You froze up.
Do you think you could talk for 5 minutes by yourself until I? Oh no, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. You're back.
No,
I'm
frozen again.
You're frozen.
Well, maybe I just say goodbye.
We've been here for a while. I didn't realize.
Yeah, we could say goodbye. I can't listen, everyone. I hope you had a great time watching. I need new technology, so make sure you super chat so I can afford a new thing. Otherwise, I'll be selling mini CDs in the street and sucking wieners for edibles. You know, I mean, you don't want that to happen to you. You don't want that to happen to you.
For edibles, especially if you got to do that for it.
You don't want to see your old friend, your old internet buddy Jason suffer. So make sure you take care of us. We've been on here for almost 4 hours, so I'm going to try to wrap it up. Although I don't think I can shut it down until I come back. So Wednesday, you're going to have to talk for a second.
All right.
Well, you guys are going to have a private moment with Wednesday. I'll be right back.
All right, everybody.
Hold down the fort.
All right, holding the fort down. So people are asking what the rest of my night is going to consist of. I'm going to make some food in my air fryer. I have some chicken marinating right now, and I'm going to air fry it up, and that's going to be my meal for today. Tomorrow I have rehearsals starting. First day of rehearsals starting. For us to go over our set for Sick New World, and also we may work on some new music ideas that I've got rolling in my head. I might want to try a couple of these riffs out and see if they're worth riffing out further. Anybody that writes music, knows what it's like when you write a riff in your head and you got this idea and you just want to try it out. So I just want to try it with a drum beat and see if it sounds the same way as it does in my head. That's kind of how I write songs. So that's what my week is consisting of. We're driving to Vegas on Friday. We'll arrive in Vegas on Friday. We play Saturday at Sick New World at noon. They've just released the full lineup of all the bands. So if anyone is coming to that and wants to know who's on it, who's playing, and what time, go check it out. Looks like Jason is coming back to the chat. You are here.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be back.
Yes.
And thank you to Jay Lee for the super sticker. Wednesday, I'm watching you on my TV while you're talking. Make sure you don't say anything that'll get me demonetized. And but then it's funny when I talk to you Wednesday on my TV. I'm so used to doing the show that when I hear you talking, I'm having a conversation with you that you can't hear. But I do I do think your chicken is definitely marinated by now, but it's going to be really good because
It's gonna be good. It's good. I eat it. I eat chicken every day in the air fryer. I don't usually. I go out and eat once or I think that when we went out to eat, that was the first time I went out and ate that week. So I usually eat at home and then go out on the weekends or once or twice. But
I
I'm a
got to
big
get
fan of
it.
my air fryer. I love the air fryer.
I got to get it. I bought Michelle one for Christmas, but I got to get one. Hold on. Mistress Macabre 13. I'm hoping she's of age. She would like a Wednesday 13 pocket rocket. What young lady would not want a Wednesday 13 pocket rocket? Motley
Yeah.
Crue made these slim vibes with their record covers on. I thought it was kind of a cool novelty. But
Hmm.
I think that, and by the way, I don't think you have to be 18 or 21 or whatever, because you can go to Spencer's and there it is allowed. You're allowed to buy toys.
Yep.
I'm a little shocked by it. And when I was a kid, you just got the GI Joe aircraft carrier like Chad Stewart.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but nowadays, you anyway. I think you should look into this. I think, and I know companies that could set you up. But you can make like a little. The ladies don't need like the massive thing, but a nice little Wednesday 13 pocket rocket, and think about
Yeah.
the slogans and spend the night with Wednesday 13, or
Oh,
have a
I could
little
come up.
fun,
Yeah. I could come up
or
with. If I thought about it, I could come up with some good ideas.
so I hope that if you guys want to start pre-ordering, just let us know because 4 hours of this shit. I get a little delirious at the end, but I do think it's a good idea. This was a long session. Stuff the tip jar. Thank you. I agree. Wednesday, I'm going to owe you dinner when you're in town because you were so nice to sit here for 4 hours. And
4 hours. Can't believe it's been 4 hours.
Wednesday, you and I hate almost everyone, so we must have a good bond that we can put
Yeah.
up with each other.
If not, I'd just be talking to myself. So this is just walking around talking to my cat.
Me too. I don't have a cat. It's even more awkward. Andrea said, my dad walked in when you guys started talking about that. Well,
Oh
the
well.
show is not for everybody. And maybe your dad, never mind. Maybe he's looking for ideas for Christmas presents for you. Cheyenne works at Spencer's, so she knows all about it. Oh, hold on. Ron Jeremy's here. Maybe ask your dad to leave the room. He said, give them a ride on Space Mountain Wednesday.
That's right.
Okay. I just want to at least finish up okay. Mistress Macabre 13 is of age. So thank God.
That's
And
good.
Cinderella says this was the best 4 hours of her day. Well, I am so happy that we got to do this. A Scream, baby, Scream, pocket rocket. That's not a bad idea.
That works. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one. This is Brandon Lee. This is not the Brandon Lee. This is a Brandon Lee. Oops.
Someone said that they're pulling that Crow movie now because everyone's reaction to it was awful.
Wow.
And
Well,
that's what I heard.
The Crow is not supposed to look like Machine Gun Kelly.
No, not at all.
It's it's the same. The Crow movie reminds me a lot of LA Guns. It's not hard to do it right. You put on some black hair dye, you get guys who look cool, and you wear leather jackets. That's how you look like LA Guns. You don't have these. I don't know what they got going on that stage. It's silly and follically challenged. I heard, but more than just the two that you're thinking. But anyway, listen, that's neither here nor there. But I'm saying, if you want to look like the Crow, Brandon Lee showed you what the Crow is supposed to look like. And you can do it. The story of the Crow is great, I think. I have the original graphic novel signed by James O'Barr. I'm a fan of the story. It's a great story. And, stop me if you've heard this, but I thought a great movie would be a Crow-like movie. But Jesus comes back, right? Like on Easter. And he gets mad at all these preachers who are making money off of him and using his name. And he kills them all. You know, I mean, I'm still working on the ending, but I think that people use religion for their own reasons. Some people even sell Bibles to try to get elected. That's neither here nor there. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. You shouldn't
Yes.
be able to screw up The Crow. It should be doable. It's a great story. The story of revenge, the story of love. These things should continue. A great
Rob
idea.
Zombie was actually supposed to do The Crow. That was his first movie he ever even talked about
Yeah,
doing.
he would have butchered that too.
Yeah,
Now,
well, maybe.
Wednesday is friendly with all these types, and he cannot say things. But Rob Zombie would have made The Crow so
Well,
bad.
maybe
Oh,
that's why he didn't do it, because he thought he would do it wrong. I don't know, but I remember him talking. That was the first thing I ever heard him talk about movies. Was like, oh, he's doing The Crow, but he didn't. So
I'm going to go through Wednesday's catalog tonight, like I usually do before I go to bed, and I'm going to try to pick some songs that I think go well with the new Wednesday 13 Pocket Rocket.
okay, that works.
Yeah, good. But Scream Baby, I mean, look, he's got a lot of songs. Wednesday's songs are meant for Pocket Rockets.
Mhm.
Wednesday has not watched the Munsters movie all the way through. He had a hard time with it. He admitted it. I did.
I didn't make it through. I didn't make it through the Wednesday Adams show either.
Me neither.
So
I made it
not
through the
even one.
Munsters. I made it through the Munsters movie in 3 sittings.
Hmm. I tried it
And
twice.
you tried twice?
Tried twice, but it wasn't. I got. It's hard for me to sit down and watch something these days, unless
I'm
it's
with you.
HR Puff and stuff.
We have short attention spans. I'm with you.
Yes.
Uh, I didn't hate it as much as I thought, and I kind of gave him a pass, and I laughed at times. It's hard to compare to the original, obviously. I do like the movie The Devil's Rejects a lot. I think
Yeah,
that was
it's great. It's great.
I think that's a great movie. He probably should have retired after that. It was great. I will tell you, I saw the world premiere in Las Vegas, and he sat behind me, Rob Zombie and Sherry, and Nicolas Cage. What a weird!
Oh,
And so the whole movie, I'm like, oh my god, look who's sitting behind me, Nicolas Cage. Um, okay, I got to get out of here. Call it The Devil Inside is a suggestion for Wednesday's Pocket Rocket.
That's an NXS cover, but
Yeah,
yeah,
NXS might fight us.
I'll find. I'm not thinking on all cylinders right now. There's definitely a sex toy in there somewhere.
Mandy says Ted Nugent is a douche canoe. I mean, I agree, but it's very out of place. I feel like that conversation was on yesterday's show. It's been so long.
Yeah. Well, that's
Uh,
a fun word, douche canoe.
yeah, I like it. I enjoyed saying it.
Fun. It's fun to say.
From here to the Hearst Pocket Rocket. Not bad.
Yeah.
Hmm. He's probably got better ones. The guy who played Otis in The Devil's Rejects is coming to a con. He is a friend of Wednesday's, Bill Moseley.
Oh yeah, Bill Moseley. Bill is a friend. He's also Chop Top and Chainsaw 2.
Yep. We talked about it. Maybe you'll get him to come on the show. He does musical stuff too. He's a
Yeah, Bill is great. He's a cool dude, and I'm glad to see that he got to do more stuff. Rob pretty much put him back on the map again, which is awesome.
Maybe you can call the Pocket Rocket Mr. Mother Effer. Not bad. You might need a line of them. You might need like 4 of them.
Yeah.
And then they can each have a different name. And you make, by the way, they're very cheap to make. And they're much more reliable than a boyfriend, ladies.
I guess. There you go.
You know, they almost never fail, and they don't fall asleep and snore all night. You turn it off, you put it back underneath your other unmentionables.
Mm-hmm.
We've been here so long. I think I'm losing my mind.
Or we call it Wednesday 13's unmentionable.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. Did either of you have a wrist racket back in the day? Wrist rocket. You know what that is? I don't think it's the same thing we're talking about.
I had a wallet wristband that you could fold up and like put money in when I was like 5. It was really stupid.
I think I had one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an American flag. It was a watch too, I believe. Watch wallet.
Yeah. No, it had a watch. From here to the Hearst is so underrated, dog. I wanted to just read that because it's very rare that Wednesday's referred to as dog. He's much more of a
Yes.
cat
Hey,
person.
yes. I'll accept dogs with a W.
Have you ever been to Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum Wednesday?
I don't even know who Zach. I don't know Zach Bagans. Do I know Zach Bagans?
Yeah, you know, he hosts the Ghost Hunters or one of those shows.
No, I
He
don't.
bought a building here. It's a bunch of shit, but there is cool horror memorabilia. They also have the boat pieces from Natalie Wood's the boat that she was on. But they try to intimidate you and make you think you're going to see ghosts. They make the temperature uncomfortable. They put things in your head to make you think you're going to go home with nightmares. I went home just fine, and I took the VIP tour. At one point, they tell you in the basement there was a pentagram on the ground, and they had these ceremonies. And the people who lived here, they had to run out, and they were a very reputable family. It was Jenna Jameson's family. Is she reputable? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I could film it there, it would be amazing. If me and Wednesday could go there and film it, I'd do it in a second. But they don't let you film anything because they don't want you to see that it's a bunch of bullshit. The Let's F Rocket, the Let's F Pocket Rocket, Murder Dolls song. Not bad.
Could do that. Yeah, that would work.
You better do it fast because there's people out there who will try to make their own Murder Dolls Pocket Rocket. You know what I mean? Hey, look at this. I was going to leave, but Russell Towers was kind enough to send $20. Russell, there must be something in this show that made you enjoy this, that you stayed with us. I'm going for 4 hours, which is 3 minutes away. It might be the longest show in the history of internet, I believe.
Could be.
And the pocket wrist rocket was a slingshot. I didn't play with slingshots. Not for me.
I had a slingshot. I wasn't, but.
Would either of you consider acting again? Well, I'm acting right now. I did grow up in the acting. I've done some acting, sure. Would I do it again? Maybe if Dawson's Creek has a reboot and they put Wednesday on it, then I would consider it.
Yes.
Wednesday's always up for anything. Anyone watching, if you guys have a horror movie or something, you should write a part for Wednesday and I. Don't write me as Wednesday's father. That's too.
Yes.
My mother gets offended when people say that. She's like, he looks like a teenager. And I'm like, well, I know he does, but that doesn't say anything about me. Why do I look like I'm 25 years older than him? Which is why I got this shampoo and conditioner that I wrote down.
It's all about the shampoo and conditioner.
I think so. Andreas says, you people are really pretty. Well, that's nice. Whatever happened to Jakey Lee? We can hear where Warren's licks came from. Well, Matt Thorne can tell you that story. He says that he lived with Jakey Lee and Warren DeMartini. He said Warren was always the best guitar player. He picked up very fast. Jake was incredible too. Blah 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 blah. He lives here in Vegas. He doesn't. I think he burned out on touring. And
he was at my show at Vamped. I saw him.
Yeah, was he?
Our whole show. Yeah.
He likes to go there. He loves punk music. He told me he would jam with me if we would just play Ramones, Dolls, and one other punk band. And I told him, fine. He said, I don't want to play any guitar solos. And I said, that would be fine. Russell suggests a Murder Dolls butt plug. I mean, I think we might be getting crazy now, but we'll ask the ladies, or guys. I don't know. I don't judge anybody.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. But if anyone would like us to come
butt
up
plugs, with ear plugs, maybe make them well, they're both 2 in 1.
A lot of people
shampoo, like shampoo, conditioner, butt plug, ear plug, sort of deal.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I think I can see it now. I was thinking about. I think I need some sponsors on this show, and I see that there's an earplug company. I won't say their name because they don't sponsor me yet, but they sponsor a lot of videos about music, and I think that they should give me some money, as they say.
Yeah.
Jason says Pocket Rocket Coffee Company is being trademarked as we speak. I wonder. I wonder if you're reading between the lines like I am.
Yes.
I know Jason, and he's an insider, of course. I think that person would probably coffee would be more of a butt plug thing, though. I think coffee, because people do coffee enemas.
Oh,
I
that's
don't.
true. I didn't even think. You're right.
So
People are weird.
but we're gonna. Luckily, there's an attorney in my family, or soon to be an attorney, and she can cease and desist anybody who tries to come up with Murder Dolls butt plugs or pocket rockets. We're controlling the brand on it.
Yes.
We're getting childish now, but Brandon suggests the I ain't got time to bleed Wednesday 13 tampons.
Oh, that's a great idea.
People would buy all
I
of
like
this.
that better. I feel like that's solving a problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's helping the kids out. It's like cleaning
Yeah,
up the
well, I think
ocean, cleaning up the
rocket,
oceans.
pocket rocket is saving a problem too. I mean,
Yeah, but I feel like cleaning up the earth with tampons is the best way to go.
but
Clean
how
it
do we
up.
know that how do we know it's an environmentally friendly?
We'd have to make sure. We'd have to go to the proper channels and.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I'm up to take meetings. If anybody would like to, should I get my energy drink? No, I don't think you need it. We're gonna wrap up in a second. I'm just trying to get in the last questions. You got a purty mouth, pocket rocket. We got to work on some of these. Some of these comments are highly concerning, and that's coming from someone whose nickname is Brain Rot Central. I wanted to answer the question that came in an hour ago, which was favorite Burt Reynolds movie. I feel like that's something you and I are qualified to answer. It's a tough one for me.
It is a tough one because there's a lot of good ones.
And they're very different. He made different style movies. I think my answer is going to be very corny, though. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you go first.
I mean,
mine's typical.
I mean, Smokey and the Bandit is. It's between Smokey and the Bandit, Cannonball Run.
Mm-hmm.
For me, those are the two.
Me too.
And then Stroker Ace is another one close to my heart.
Another great one. I mean, there are the movies like Sharky's Machine and Stick, I think it was called.
Stick is another good one, yes.
And then City Heat with Clint Eastwood, which was
Malone.
Yeah, oh yeah. So I mean, he had, and then a lot of people like the football one.
Yeah, I watched that today actually. Longest Yard.
Longest Yard.
You got Gator, White Lightning, Deliverance. All those are great.
Yeah, I still have to say it's Smokey and the Bandit or Cannonball Run because those are the ones that affected me and you as well, our ages. So Captain Howdy, Pocket Rocket. Maybe you got to give that one to D. Snyder.
Possibly.
All right. Max is awesome, guys. We should go get some sleep. Some of these ideas are confusing. Who had the better mustache, Burt Reynolds or Tom Selleck? Burt Reynolds for me.
Oof. I mean, that's the two mustache kings right there, pretty much.
And Ron Jeremy.
If there was a Mount Rushmore of mustaches, there would just be two of them.
It would be Ron Jeremy, Burt Reynolds, and Tom Selleck.
Yes.
All right. I did not see the Robert Englund documentary, but
I've seen that it's on. I haven't watched it though.
You haven't been able to watch anything because we've sat here for 4 hours. It's time to say goodnight to everybody. Everybody, thank you. Can we get a W13 eyebrow kit per chance? Well, maybe. Give them time.
We're just a week into these, boys and girls. Give me another week before we get the utensils.
If any of you watching would like to come to Sick New World, that's this Saturday. You're going to have to buy your tickets from Mike Damone. Is that his name?
Yes. He's got some Blue Oyster Cult tickets available and a couple of Sick New Worlds.
Yeah, he's got Dream Police. Put
him down for Van Halen.
And anyway, but get there early, 12 o'clock. You'll catch Wednesday 13 performing the music of the Murder Dolls here in Las Vegas. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to be there. And while Wednesday is on the stage creating the magic, I'll be out in the audience and happy to talk to you about entrepreneurial ideas, like maybe I'll sell some. Maybe I'll print up a few Murder Dolls records and sell them in the parking lot. Apparently, that's what everybody does these days. Anyway, Mandy would like parenting advice from Wednesday. That's another show. That's another
No, you
show.
don't. No, you don't.
Well, your kid's alive. That's all that, right?
Yeah, she's alive. She called me the other day. She's still alive.
Yeah. You did a great job. It was so appreciated to everyone who watched. Some of you will watch this in the replay in small doses. I can guarantee you that this show will be considered not suitable for ads. So I thank you for your super chats. And if you're watching this 4 hours later, feel free to give until it hurts, because I'm sure we said something wrong. Wednesday, thank you. Official Wednesday 13. I'm looking forward to seeing you this weekend. We're going to have some fun. We're going to go look at speaking of Tom Selleck, if time allows,
Time allows.
And the other people in our lives are going to have absolutely no interest in it.
Yes,
But
I need to see it. I got to see it. Got to make time.
Anyway, you never know what's going to happen when you watch this show. You might get over 4 hours of nonstop hilarity, and a lot of people have nice things to say. And
someone wants to know if I have an OnlyFans. I don't yet. Times have not got hard yet, but when they do get hard,
yeah, that's what I was.
That's
what I was going to say. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think OnlyFans. I probably shouldn't even say it. That's probably how algorithms go woo woo. But I think it's passé now. I think is my problem. But I thank everyone for watching. Chimney Town is ready to sign up for your other account. Everybody wants to be the first sub. You could be a Dom too if you like. It's okay.
Dom DeLuise.
Captain, what is his Chaos?
Captain Chaos. Yeah, right. Captain Chaos, one of my favorite superheroes.
The reason Wednesday's here on Mondays, he is in rehearsals for Wednesday. Oh, hold on. Lisa says Drea De Matteo has one of those accounts. Does she show anything on there? You know, because like if she's not showing her butthole, I'm not subscribing. You know what I mean? I know she's getting older too, but I'm not above signing up for someone's OF account if it's, you know, worthwhile. Things haven't been the same since Aaron Carter died. You know, he was my favorite OnlyFans account. All right.
Well,
blah 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 blah. All right. Write me. You guys can write me privately. Don't bother Wednesday though. He has a private life. He doesn't need to answer questions at all hours. We'll see you very soon. And blah blah blah. Anything you got to say Wednesday after 4 hours?
No. Just thanks for hanging. And we'll see you guys this weekend if you're coming to the show in Vegas. And if not, we'll see you after that somewhere on another one of these.
Yeah, and he'll be on tour. There's a lot of Wednesday shows to be announced. Thank you guys for watching. At the least you can do is like, comment, and subscribe. And we'll see you again very soon.